Hallo und herzlich willkommen. Greetings and welcome. Ich stehe heute to the first ever Heroes of Vordë tournament stream. I am Wolf, the developer behind Heroes of Vordë, and I will be your host for today. At the end of the closed beta back in May, we have recorded 5 matches, and then 1 match was left behind, and is currently left behind. It is Ares hasn't played yet against Eye of the Restless Storm, but I hope that by the end of this stream, and by Sunday, when this is streamed, then we will have the results of that match too. Because who played in the closed beta, I should have started with this. Besides me, we had Nocturnal, we had Eye of the Restless Storm, and we had Ares. And we played a round-robin bracket with best of 3 matches with Conquest, so after you won on a deck, you cannot play that deck again. And we were only playing 2 decks because it is the closed beta. We don't know what to ban yet, so no need for a 3rd deck and then to ban that deck. We are just playing 2 decks. Everyone played around 15 and 20 matches against me, so I played a lot more. Let's look at the changes we have from Tesla. Of course, in the base game we don't have many cards. It is 148 cards we have, and then 5 unobtainable cards. We will see one of them for sure during the tournament. In hand, you can have only 9 cards, and your deck for now is cut down to 45, because we didn't want to play bad cards just to round up our decks to 50, but it will go back to 50 after the 1st or 2nd expansion, we'll see when. The lane and support slots are reduced to 3 instead of the 4 we are used to in Tassel, and resource points, the Magicka in Tassel, only raised naturally to 10, and this means that most of the cards will cost 10, and if something costs more than 10, then there will be a way to round down the cost to 10 or 9. Then we have a Prophecy and Rune Rework, and this is something I need to talk about more in depth. We have no prophecies in Heroes of Vordë. Instead, the 2nd and 4th rune, when the rune breaks, if you draw a card and if you have enough max resource points for that card, then you can play that card for free. This means that any card can be played as Prophecy, and this can swing games insanely. It makes control matchups late game really potent. It makes mid-range matchups late game nail-biting, and it makes aggro mirrors conscious of when to break rune, when to not break rune. But also this means that if you are running a greedy deck, you won't be saved by prophecies. If you are running greedy, then the aggro player will just run you down to 0 without hitting any prophecies. And then the last rune, the rune on 5, is Flame Rune. When this breaks, it deals 3 damage to your opponent, so if you have broken your opponent's Flame Rune, then you will be dealt 3 damage. And keep in mind that this can also break your Flame Rune and then deal 3 damage to your opponent. So there will be awesome chains that we will see, and that could lead to lethal, and that could lead you to miss lethal if you don't think about breaking your own runes with the help of your opponent's Flame Rune. And then we have a 3rd stat on the cards, it is Armor. Armor works like this. If your opponent attacks your creature, then it will reduce the incoming damage. But Armor doesn't reduce damage from actions, and it doesn't reduce damage when you attack, and it doesn't reduce damage when the damage comes from an effect. So basically only reduces retaliation damage when your opponent attacks your creature. And that's all the changes, so let's see what decks we are playing this weekend. I am playing Burn Shackle Assassin, this is a really aggressive deck, and Vordë Dromedar Scout. This is Shout Scout with a twist. We don't have Partonox in the game yet, and instead I am playing an OTK that I will try to pull off, but for that I will need infinite resource points, so we'll see how it goes. The reason I brought this because I wanted to test it. I just made the deck before playing. And then we have Nocturnal and Eye of the Restless Storm. They are running similar lineups, but the decks themselves aren't the same. Nocturnal is running Aggro Archer and Midrange Battle Mage. Eye of the Restless Storm is running Charge Archer and Midrange Battle Mage, but the Battle Mage decks aren't the same. And then Ares is running Math Crusader and Midrange Battle Mage, and this Battle Mage is exactly the same as Eye of the Restless Storm's Battle Mage is, because I made decks and then I put them in a spreadsheet, and I publish the spreadsheet on the Discord server that we have for Heroes of Vordë. And if you write !HOV in the chat, then you can head to the Discord server and see for yourself what cards we have in Heroes of Vordë at the moment. So they are running the same deck because it is the deck that I crafted, and then they thought that this deck is good enough, and they didn't change it, and then here we are. So these will be the lineups. Let's look at the bracket. We will start off with me against Nocturnal, then go to Nocturnal versus Eye of the Restless Storm, then go to me against Eye of the Restless Storm, then go to me against Ares, Nocturnal against Ares, and then at the end we will have Ares against Eye of the Restless Storm. I am not sure if this last match will be streamed or not, because I don't know when it will be played, and Ares and Eye of the Restless Storm will be playing it on a time that's good for them, and then I cannot record it. At the end, I know that I am a strong advocate for winning through win rate, but this time it won't be win rate, it will be just the usual scoreline that almost everything uses that plays a round robin. So keep that in mind. And between the matches, we will have short breaks. During the breaks, there will be cards playing in the background, so you can look at them as it was during the intro, and I will update the bracket during these breaks, or I will show the updated bracket during these breaks, but we won't stop to talk about the bracket until the end. Let's hop right into the first matchup. It is me against Nocturnal. The first deck I will be running is Burn Shackle Assassin. This deck is all about putting your opponent under pressure. In the first few turns, we'll try to deal as much damage as we are able to, and then after turn 5, when the opponent will start to stabilize, our plan is to finish the opponent off with burn damage. We'll be tanking this to Ritrock, who's a 5-cost 3/5, who every time a creature is shackled, even your own creatures, will deal damage to the opponent. And this way, we will be able to deal usually 8-10 damage just through Ritrock and other cards related to this mechanic. Beside Ritrock, we will have on turn 5 a Ritrock, and on turn 6 comes down a Green Listener, so if the opponent filled out their lane with creatures, then we'll be able to deal 6 damage to the opponent in an instant. Also, we have Night to Remember, because it works really well with Ritrock, since Ritrock shackles an enemy creature on summon. So if you play a Ritrock and the Night to Remember, that's 6 damage because the Ritrock will be also shackled, meaning Ritrock will deal 2 damage to the opponent from self-shackling as well. Then we have Trial at the High Court. This can shackle 3 creatures, dealing 6 damage to the opponent. We are running actions in this deck, and to have another way to win besides Ritrock, we are running Silent Mage, who deals 2 damage to the opponent every time we play an action. And also, we are running the Light Throne as our top end, 2 copies, who is a Supreme Aethermancer from Tassel. There is a little change though. The Aeternax, the summons, the Hornbeam Warriors, are 6/2 instead of 5/3, so this will mean more damage as well. Other than that, in this deck we are running creatures with high stats. One of them is Aegir. We are playing this basically for the 7 power. And also we are running Shock Troop, Cliff Racer from Tassel as a 4/4 charge. Other than that, we are running Lightwood Mage, has a ward, and every time the ward breaks, Lightwood Mage's power doubles. So we will run Firebolts and Gunning Goliath to get Firebolts to break the ward. And to buff her power, we are running Bloodwood Sword. This is a 3-cost +4 power item. And since we are running these, it's good to run creatures with double attack. So one of the creatures with double attack we are running is Leon. This is a unique card. You can see that based on the frame around his name. Leon is a 4/4, and his brother Panther is also in our deck. This is a 5/4 double attack. While Leon makes our cards cost 1 less, Panther makes our opponent's cards cost 1 more. Other than this, we are running the Scepter of the Dromedars as a finisher. This will deal 3 damage on summon, and every time the wielder attacks, we'll also deal 3 damage, so this is a 6-cost deal 6 damage to the opponent. And if we can play this on Leon and Panther, then this will be 9 damage for 7 cost. So the plan is simple: get our opponent down to 10 by turn 6, then even if they play an Ice Storm or they just guard up their lanes, we'll be able to finish the game off with the damage from our burn. The other deck we are running is Dromedar World Scout. This is an OTK deck which tries to summon the Dromedar, whom you see on the screen now. This is a card that you cannot play in your deck, but you can summon it if you have a creature that has all 4 Dromedar weapons on them, and then the creature transforms into the Dromedar. The Dromedar has all keywords and it's a 15/15, but because of the items, he will be a 17/15/5 that won't be able to attack the opponent twice, only once, but for the second time you can break through another creature and then this is how you OTK. This won't be targetable by enemy actions and will also deal 3 damage to the opponent every time the Dromedar attacks. So let's see the Dromedar items, because the other abilities are from these. The Cloak of the Dromedars will stop the next action that will target the wielder and gives cover to the creature that has the Cloak of the Dromedars. We'll usually try to start our combo with this one. Then we have the Scepter, which we already saw in the Burnshackle Assassin. We have the Sword of the Dromedars. This will give the creature breakthrough and +2 power. The wielder may attack an extra time each turn, but it may target your opponent only once, so this is why the Dromedar won't be able to attack the opponent twice and deal 34 just by summoning the Dromedar. And we have the Crown of the Dromedar, which will give the wielder thorns and 5 armor, so basically it won't be able to be damaged. And your opponent can target the wielder with actions. It can still take damage from actions, like from Ice Storm. Then, to maintain our board and to find the items, we will be running Living Words. These are the shouts from Tassel, but we have 4 levels here. Retresa is Drain Vitality, but on the final level, it will give all enemy creatures -2, -2, -1, like all the DV used to in Tassel. Then we have Corniers. This is a Solitaire, but the first level can only bring back to your hand a creature with 4 or less power. And the natural shout we are running will be Senix. This is the card that we'll use to draw as many cards as we can, and also at level 4 we can discard most of the cards which we don't need. This will be the one that in most cases we'll try to use our Evanen Researchers, this is the word wall from Tassel, to upgrade our Living Words, and we'll be upgrading the Senix, and when you play a Senix then you upgrade all your other Living Words too. So this is how you can get level 4 even when you have only 3 copies in your deck out of Living Word. We'll be running Miner to raise our resource point. Still, we won't be able to probably play all the Dromedar items in a single turn, because for that we will need 28 resource points. We'll try to do the combo in 2 turns. We will run 2 copies of Lord Delarn. This will put 2 assassins into our hand on summon, and we will use these against control decks if we run into them. And against aggro we have Haran, a Drain Regeneration 4 cost 3/6. This is in late game against aggro really scary for them, and usually can stabilize the game enough that we can pull off the combo afterwards. If we don't find the items, then we also have another win condition. This is 2L, it's like Alduin in Tassel, but instead of dragons, it will come down its cost by Living Words in discard pile. At the start of your turn, it will banish a Living Word in your discard pile to use the effect of random Living Word. So instead of resummoning dragons from your discard pile, this will just shoot Living Words at random. Nocturnal's first deck is Aggro Archer, and we open up with Tribe Shaman. This deck, although he's running only 2 copies of this card, against the guard control deck, Tribe Shaman can easily turn the tide, because Nocturnal is also running a lot of creatures with charge. We have Solidus, we have Ekelhalf, we have Purple Messenger, and we have Shock Troop. He's basically running only 2 Shock Troops, so he can run a Purple Messenger as the 3rd Shock Troop. It just costs 1 more. Other than these charged creatures, he's running Ghoul, which is on the one hand, it's a 5/2/1, so for 3 cost, 5 power, this is pretty good. And on the other hand, it also gives a buff to your Solidus if it's down the lane now. It can also give to Tribe Shaman, to Marion. And also he is running Agir. This is arguably the strongest aggro card in green. It will be either the Shock Troop or Agir. And this Unless Gasp gives lethal to a creature in hand. So you can lethal one of your charges. And then you have an Assassin, Viper from Tassel, basically for free if it is Solidus. And then he's running creatures with double attack. One of them is Trier. He's running 2 copies of this, and then 1 copy of the unique card Panther. And to complement the double attack creatures and the charges, all of them can benefit from good items. So he is running double Galderian Steel Sword and double Battle Axe. If you just look at the deck list, you can see that he's running a lot of 2-ups. And I wonder if this will be a 50 card deck, then which 2-ups would become 3-ups, just for consistency. And finally, I will point out the triple Zendalace, which is an interesting tech in Nocturnal's deck. Save is unsummoned from Tassel. His plan is to gain back tempo by playing Zendalace. And moving on, we go to Nocturnal's second deck. This is mid-range Battle Mage, so that you very well may know from Tassel. There is some changes, but we'll look at them as we go. We open with Tribe Shaman again. Just want to point out, it's really good if you have wards and then you play Tribe Shaman. This is basically Galderian Steel Sword on a stick if you have wards. Then we go to Raiding Party. It puts 2 Celadis in your hand. These will be 1/1 charges, and then if you have Tribe Shaman, if you have Evalin Mentor, then these will be buffed. Of course, we cannot speak of mid-range Battle Mage without mentioning Tree Maker. This is Breton Conjurer from Tassel. There is a little change though. The Oak Warrior, which is the Aetronac from Tassel, is a 5/3/1 guard, not a 5/5/0. This will mean that it dies to Ice Storm, but also means that it cannot be killed with 1 damage pings from the board. Then we have Wardcrafter to reward your Tree Maker, and then we have Celadis Archer to break the Tree Maker's ward. Of course, there is no rapid shot. You will need to either use Celadis Archer to break the ward, or just play the Tree Maker row and then attack with it. Then we have Firebolt as the second option to ping off the Tree Maker's ward. He's running triple Firebolt, triple Celadis Archer, and triple Cunning Eye to generate more Firebolts. There are 9 cards in his deck that can break the Tree Maker's sword. Basically, you're running Celadis Archer instead of Rapid Shots. Then we have Ritrock. We have seen this card in my Assassin, and while there my deck was centered around Ritrock, here it's just a nice complement card to have some rage. He's running only 2 lightning bolts, but triple Ritrock. Ritrock pairs well with Night to Remember. This would mean that Ritrock deals 6 damage to the opponent's face, and Night to Remember pairs well with the Lightron too. The one card that I forgot to put up here is Fanatic Ekelhalf, which I want to showcase yet. It's a 6/5/0, and on summon gives +4 to another friendly creature until the end of your turn. So there's that. That can also, with a Celadis, deal 5 damage, and the Lightron deals 4 damage. Of course, dies to Ice Storm, but if you can stick the Lightron on the board for a turn, then you probably have won by this time. And then the final card, like Zendalace in Nocturnal's last deck, I will point out the interesting choice here, and this is Percy. This is the only draw card in Intelligence, but it is a potent draw, and I would not be surprised if the game is decided on Percy's, if a mid-range mirror is decided on Percy's, to be more precise. Because Percy's draw can just change the heights. If you just look at mid-range Battle Mage, we don't have ways to heal, and we don't have ways to draw cards. And here's Percy, you're on the way to draw cards, and it's a draw too. It's really good. First game, we are playing against Nocturnal, and I will be on my Assassin deck, and he's on Aggro Archer. So this matchup, I think, should favor us because of the Shackles, but only if we can draw the Shackles, because his deck will be faster than mine on normal terms. He just curves lower. So let's go here, and I will go first. He has the ring. And wow, okay, we have a Ritrock. I think we keep Ritrock, but we will drop back the Agirs, because these are 4 costs, and without ring, I think this is much safer. And then we start the first turn. We draw 1, and then we will just pass. And it's his turn now. So on turn 1, he can play Oh, he uses the ring and plays Daring Warrior. Pillage is Pilfer from Tesla, so every time he hits my face, this will get +1/+1, and then he will probably pass, unless he has a sell this in hand. Okay, this is the Shadow Lane. We just decided this will be the Shadow Lane in this match. So he played this on field. I will go on. I will have 2 points. So he is on 2 now. With the ring, he can play anything below 3 or at 3. So most of his cards are online now. I think the card I fear the most right now is a Ghoul, because of the buff on Daring Warrior. Alright, so he hits face. Not plus, -2, and this will mean that the Daring Warrior gets +1/+1. And then he plays another one. Okay. This will mean that we'll be probably playing our Cunning Ally. Okay, so we are at 3. Yep, this is a Cunning Ally turn. We look at the top card, and we miss. Oh. And then it's his turn now. So we have a 3/3. This will be able to trade with Daring Warrior, and we have to hope to get... I will probably ward it up too, so Cunning Ally survives, and we will have to hope to get a Lightning Bolt to clear Daring Warrior. Okay, Daring Warrior attacks. He will gain +1/+1. And then I would guess he attacks with the other one. Yep. That's 3. My report from breaks, meaning I will get to draw a card. And this is a green listener. So we have a retro green listener angle if we can survive to turn 5 and 6. And an Agir in Shadow. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so this means that if I am not able to draw a Lightning Bolt to clear this Daring Warrior, then we are playing Cunning Ally in Shadow, warding up the Cunning Ally here and trading. Let's say we get to draw Wardcrafter, so we are at 4. I mean, this is still Cunning Ally in Shadow. Yep, I will ward up this Cunning Ally. I will trade with your Daring Warrior. Then I will play the Cunning Ally in Shadow. I will look at the top card of my deck. It's an Agir. So I miss again, which sucks. I will just have to pass. And then it's his turn. I will steal the cover since it's already going over to here. Let's see. Like, we are playing Retrock and Green Listener in the following 2 turns, unless I can play Wardcrafter, Bloodwood Sword in a meaningful way. His deck, turn, what is it, 4, right? Yeah, turn 4. And he has 1 ring charge yet. He attacks to my face, dealing 7. My versus rune breaks, reinforcement rune, so I will be able to play this card. Yep. Oh, he attacked with Warrior first. Okay, then we just go to here. He will get the +1/+1, and then Agir will attack us for 7. He could play... If he has a way to give health to Agir, that would be the worst thing to happen to us. Like Guardian Steel Sword. because then we have to Blood with Sword and Wardcrafter our Cunning Ally in Shadow. So it's coming, a 3 in Shadow. This will be a 3/3. I will draw 1. Also he attacked with Agir, so I will draw another one. And then we are at 5, so we can play Agir now. I mean Ritrock now. We can trade in field. We will be able to give lethal to something in our hand because Agir died. I will probably give the lethal to Wardcrafter. This is the best usage of the +1. I also trade with Cunning Ally and his Agir in field. I mean in Shadow. I will attack for 3. And I will play Ritrock in Shadow. And this will attack him for 2 because of the burn from Ritrock. He will draw a card and then I will pass. So we have the Ritrock Green Listener thing going on. And also we have a second Green Listener, so if he doesn't have a way to remove Ritrock, which he shouldn't, then this Ritrock will be of high value to us. What does he have? He played an Agir, and he gave something lethal in his hand. So if this is a Celidus Archer lethal ping, or an Ekelhev Shaman lethal ping, that would remove Ritrock. Then, okay, and what do we do if he removes Ritrock? We still have to play the Green Listener, and we have to hope that the double Green Listener, and also we have Trial at the High Court, so this will be a shackle too. We have to hope that this prolongs the game enough that we can go face and win. I guess turn 10 with Light Throne. Or with the Blood with Sword, and maybe we can get something that has reach as well. Daring Warrior, he plays a Daring Warrior in Shadow. And then, do you have something in your hand, Nook? He has 4 cards, okay. 3 shackled. So, what do you have? He didn't remove Ritrock yet. He has 5 points, so Daring Warrior cost 2, so he has 3 points left. That means he can still play the Celidus Archer, and he has an Ekelhev Pillager. Okay, so that will mean I will quickly search for a Galdarian Steel Sword for him, so he can put it on top of some creature he wants to do this. Because Ekelhev Pillager has Operation, meaning that if this isn't the first card he plays on his turn, then he gets to give a friendly creature a Galdarian Steel Sword. 3 will let it, so this goes to 5/5, and then he passes. So this means that I will go face with Cunning Ally. We got a perfect Green Listener hand state of board, so he goes to 22. And do I dare? Okay, so now I think I do dare attack him because we have a Listener. I will go face, and he will be able to play a card for free if it costs 5 or less, which means that only Purple Messenger and Panther he can play. It's a Thrive Shaman. Okay. So now it would have been better if I attack with Retrock first and then Cunning Eye. So now I will play Green Listener in Shadow, shackle his lane, deal 6. 5 or 6. He goes to 13, a report room breaks. He gets to draw a card. And then we go to him. So my green listener is in cover. And his stuff isn't anymore. I have another green listener for next turn. We'll be at 7. I could also play Vordë Crafter and Trial at the High Court. Or Bloodwood Sword and Trial at the High Court. If we can win that way next turn. Basically it depends on if he can finish me off this turn with the Stripe Shaman set in field, or he can remove Retrock, which will still need a lethal ping from Celidus Archer or the Ekelhalf Shaman he has. What other ways do we have to finish this off? I mean, we have 3 copies of Lightning Bolt we haven't seen yet. Lady Train wouldn't help us with reach. We can draw Knight to Remembers too. And also we have Silent Mage. I think... yeah, there is Celidus that will clear off Cunning Eye. I think we are on the right track to win this, because of the 2 copies of Green Listener we have. We have 2 copies, right? Only 2 and not 3. Green Listener 2, yeah. Oh wow, okay. He goes all in on the attacking plan. Which means that with Green Listener, we can deal 6 damage to him. And we have 6 damage on board through Green Listener and Retrock. And that's not enough to win this match. That is a problem. 1 off. We could hope to win through the Flame Rune, but he has an Agir now. And also a Trier. So he has more ways to skip Flame Rune. Meaning I will have to go with the safest way to do this. I will ensure... Can I ensure that the Green Listener shackles Trier? I cannot. I will play a Green Listener in field. He goes down to 7. And he can play a card for free. But all of his lanes are full, so this probably won't be doing anything. I have 1 point left, and also I forgot to draw a card. It's a Shadow Shift, so it doesn't matter. He plays something on the Celidus Archer. It's... oh no, he replaces Marion with Celidus Archer. Okay, yeah. And deals 1 damage to Shadow Listener. Yeah, okay. So this will be dealt 1 damage. That's really good, because now... also this is a 2-2. Now I am able to clear Shadow. Okay. So he will be dealt 2 damage because of this Green Listener's shackle when this Green Listener dies. If I could, I will be breaking his Flame Rune, meaning I will break my Reinforcement Rune. So if I would know my top card, and I would know its reach, then I would attack with Retrock to his face. But I am doing instead is I will attack with Retrock, this Ekelhalf Pillager. Retrock goes down by 2. Then I will attack with this green listener, and his daring warrior dies. And this has a last gasp. Shackle a random enemy creature in each lane, so Trier gets shackled. He is dead 2 damage. And oh, because he removed... Oh, I'm bad. I could have won this. He overwrote the Marion with Celadis Archer, so I could have won this turn if I'm attacking with Retrock to his face. But now I will be dealt 3 damage because of the Flame Rune. I will play a card for free, and it's a Lightwood Mage. And then I will pass. This will be in cover. Lightwood Mage has Vordë, and will double her power when her Vordë breaks. Now Nocturnal must skip my Flame Rune, otherwise he will be struck down by the 3 damage from Flamed Rune. I don't think he has any way to deal with this, unless he has 2 lethal Celadis Archers. He could play the first Celadis Archer on Agir, and then give lethal to the second Celadis Archer. Okay, he passes, and then I will draw 1, gain a resist point, and kill him with Retrock. And that means that we are 1-0 up against the Nocturnal. Yeah, that's the correct way to finish this match. Okay, so second match, because he had the ring last game, I will have the ring now. I will have to play the other deck, the Vordë Dromedar Scout deck, and we'll see what he chooses to play. Okay, so it looks like he chose to play the other deck, Battle Mage. Let's see. And we are on the ring. We will drop back the sword. And against this deck, I think I can keep the 2 healers. In this matchup, the problem is the enemy wards. With Wardcrafter and what does he have? He has Tree Maker in this deck. So what we have to fear, we are not good at removing Fanatic Ekelhalf. The only way to do that is if I manage to find my assassins and Lord the Lawrence. So we'll have to do that. Also, he's playing Retrock, keep in mind, because of the range, and he's playing Lightning Bolt. Also, this is our deck. We are playing Living Birds and the Dromedar items. He passes my turn, and I will just pass it back to him. We are playing Control this match. Passes again. Okay. I'm not playing my, although I have drawn it, I'm not playing my Evaluan Researcher yet. I want to, because we don't have a Living Bird, and I think in this matchup, I want to upgrade my Stenix more than I want to upgrade my Retracers. Although if the game gets out of hand, then we will be upgrading Retracers for sure. Okay, he hits, so he will be able to get a Firebolt in his hand. He probably passes after that, so I will just draw and gain a resist point, because he's organizing his generated cards with Firebolts, Oak Warriors and such. I am at 3, so we can play the healer now. Do I want to play the healer in Shadow or in Field? I think we are playing it in Field for now. And I will attack him with the healer. Turn 4, right? Yeah, 4. So the 3 makers can come down now, although I would be surprised if he plays the 3 maker now, because without removing the Vordë, I will be able to remove it with Red Tracer. Okay, there is the Firebolt, meaning he does not have Dreammaker in hand. Otherwise, he would have kept the Firebolt. Oh, and another Cunning Ally. He would have kept the Firebolt for Dreammaker next turn. His Cunning Ally will hit again, so he has a Firebolt. I'm at 4 and I have a Retracer, but I don't want to upgrade the Retracer yet. I will just play a healer in field and attack his face. This will make him use the other Firebolt again. So I will be able to clear Dreammaker with Retracer. Or I will be more likely to clear it, at least. I will pass, and it's his turn. Turn 5. So Ritrock can come down now. Also, what does he have in mid-game? Other than Ritrock, Celadis. The Celadis Ram is a problem because it has more than 2 health. So even a level 2 and above Retracer wouldn't clear it. Okay, he plays the Firebolt on the healer. This was to be seen. And attacks face with one Cunning Ally. And with the other one. So I will be able to draw a card from Report Rune. And it's still. We see a Wardcrafter come down in field. This will leave him at 2 resource points. And he passes. I will draw 1. I will go to 5. And this is the turn we have to play Paladin in field, then pass. Although Paladin guards both lanes, he can only attack the lane he's in. So that's why I played him in field. 2-9 guard. He is at 6, so the worst would be if he has a Fanatic Echo half this turn. That would probably mean that we lost. Because then he can buff his Cunning Ally. Then he can trade with the 2 Cunning Allies. Paladin dies, he has still a full field lane, and also he would have a Fanatic Echo half in Shadow. In that case, I would have to find the second Evaland Researcher to upgrade Retracer to clear Shadow. To clear field. Okay, so that's 2 damage on Paladin with the Wardcrafter. 3 damage from the Cunning Ally. And then, 3 damage from the other Cunning Ally. Paladin survives at 1 health. This ward breaks. And then we see a raiding party. He gets 2 Celadis. He will probably play one of them to clear Paladin. And then the other Celadis. Do you attack face or you just pass? Oh, he has a second raiding party. Okay. I'm pretty sure if he is not playing these Celdises, which he doesn't, I fear that there is a Light Throne coming down on turn 10. And this is turn 6. I will play the Priest in field and then pass. I will ramp one more with the Priest summon ability, summon +1 max resource points. This is a 6-6, so this will be able to clear the Cunning Allies in 2 turns. But I will be dealt 9 damage from them until then. Okay, both of them attack. I will go to 19. And I will get a Reinforcement Rune. Which... Do I play the Scepter? No, I don't... I could play the Scepter for... I could decide to do a Thuel Wincon instead, but I will keep the Scepter. We could have played the Scepter and then we have the Sword as well. So this would have been 3 damage from summon, then 3 damage on attack, then another 3 damage from the second attack next turn. But I don't think it would have been enough to get him down to a point where I would be confident in not playing anything else. Okay, here comes the Retruck. Shackles my priest and deals 2 damage to me. And that's a problem. And he has 7 points, so 2 points left after the Retruck. This will be a minor in... Okay, he passes. Then draw 1. Temple Guard. Okay. We have 8 points, so I will play the Temple Guard in Shadow. This will go to 3, being a 3-4 with Guard. And on Summon will give us a resist point. And I will play the minor in Field, give the Temple Guard another power, and gain another resist point. And then I will pass. Good thing is that he doesn't run green listeners because he cannot run green listeners in Battle Mage. So next turn, on the turn start ramp, Temple Guard will go to 5. So Retruck will be able to... I will be able to clear Retruck with 1 effect, so he will probably attack with Retruck, so they trade equally. And as the minor protects this priest for this turn, he will probably do Cunning Ally trade into minor, then the other Cunning Ally deal damage to me, I would guess. So this shackle is over at this point. Okay, there is the trade, which we saw coming. Alright, he was thinking why this Temple Guard had 4 power, but it's because we have played the minor too. Okay, minor gets firebolted, meaning I am getting that 6 damage, I would think, and then he has Light Throne. Yep, this is... I will go to 11. Okay, Percy. I will draw a card on 15. This pretty much feels like a Light Throne coming on turn 10. He has 3 Saladises in hand. If he doesn't play the Saladis to keep the Temple Guard alive, to keep Retruck alive, then he has 100% a Light Throne in hand. And also I'm pretty sure he runs 3 Light Thrones. No, it's only... Yeah, he's running 3 Light Thrones. He passes, okay. I will draw 1. I will go to 8. Not 8, 11. So we have 11. When he plays the Light Throne, it will deal 4 damage by default, and the 3 Saladis will deal 2 damage each, then 1 damage from the charge attack, meaning I am dealt 13 damage. I have to find a healer, and I think I only have 2 healers. Yep, I have 2 healers. I have played all of my healers. That's a problem. We will play Scout's Report. Oh, we keep the Haran. We play Haran in field. In Shadow. This saves us, right? Yeah. For now. He wrote an ominous bad news in game chat. After I played Haran. I think he has another Retruck. This is 5. This was 5. So, meaning I have 6 left. 6 left. I guess it's time to play the Valiant Researcher. Then I will trade the Temple Guard with Ritrock. I will play a Retreza on the Cunning Ally. And another Retreza on his field. So Percy is left at 3. I will put the Retrezas in a second deck because of Twill. Pass. Okay, so it's his turn now. We are at the brink of dying. If he has Ritrock and is able to shackle Haran, then I'm dead. But if he doesn't have Ritrock, then there is a chance we might be okay. We need the Haran to survive. I think we might play Sword on Haran. Oh no, it's a Ritrock. Oh no, it's a Ritrock. Reinforcement rune. Be Haran. Be Haran. It's not a Haran. I'm not playing Night to Remember because I would just get that 2 damage. That's a problem. So Haran is shackled. He passes. His Percy dies because at the end of the turn, if Percy is wounded, then he sacrifices him and draws 2 cards. I will draw 1. I will go here. My Haran is shackled. Wait, does the dealer with Scepter deal 3 damage? Yep. We can survive. We can survive because if I play the Scepter on Haran, then this will be draining damage. If I play the Scepter on Haran, then I will lose because Haran dies, because Ritrock would clear it. Meaning, this right here will be the coolest turn I have taken in this game yet. I will play... Ooh, am I playing Night to Remember on... No. I cannot play Night to Remember first. But I can deal the 3 damage to Ritrock, and this will be lethal damage. So I will play the Scepter on Haran. I will play... This will be a lethal creature now. I will kill Ritrock. I will be healing 3. So I go to 12. This is 7. So I have 5 points left. And with 5 points I can play a Temple Guard in field, in Shadow. And then I will survive the Light Throne. It's still a temporary relief, but it's... I mean, we are on our way. Haran isn't shackled anymore. And when Haran attacks, this will be 3 plus 3 damage. So 6 healing damage. Okay, so here comes the Light Throne. Yep. The Light Throne. Dealing 4 damage to me as the first summons go. Two Hornbeam Warriors hitting the field. I would need another Retreza here. Twill costs 18 and 16 right now. I have 13, so we are 6 away from playing Twill. I guess I could also play the Sword of the Dromedaries on Haran. Wow, he passes, so he doesn't play the Seldises. I will draw one. We go here. I will play the Sword on Haran. Meaning this will be at 5. Haran attacks face. Meaning I will heal to 16. And he will break his reinforcement rune, meaning he is able to play a card now. Seldis Archer. 1 damage to the Temple Guard. And 2 damage to me because of the Light Throne in the field. I have 7 left. I will play a Miner in Shadow. Raise my resist points by 1. I have 4 left. I will kill off the Hornbeam Warrior in field, and Priest goes to discard. I pass, and it's his turn. Okay, so my Haran has 6 health, meaning if he can clear the Miner, then he will be able to kill Haran, and then I would lose, because I will lose my win condition. Then we are playing 2L, I mean we are ramping to play 2L. We are at 15 now, so we need, yeah, here comes the Seldis. Deals 1 damage to the Temple Guard. I go to 12. Here comes the second Seldis. Does he see he can win? He can clear, okay. Clears Temple Guard. There is 1 damage on the Temple Guard and 1 damage on the Miner. He will need to clear both of them. There is a chance he just forgot. Okay, here comes the last Solidus. Oh wow, I stole his Solidus. Temple Guard goes to this card. I am dealt 2 damage, and then he will be able to finish this off. Seldis Archer clears the Miner. I am dealt 2 damage because of Light Throne, and then he is able to. Wow, he plays a Night to Remember just to flex. I go to 2. My Flame Rune breaks. He goes to 15. His Report Rune breaks. He will summon 2 Hornbeam Warriors in both lanes. So that's the 4 damage I dealt to myself already. And then here comes the finishing blow. I go to -4 and it's over. So we tie the series up to 1-1, and this means that the 2 decks left is the Scout and the Archer that will have to battle this out for see who will win this match. Okay, it's 1-1. Let's see the last match. And let's not forget to shuffle this turn. I rolled a 7, he rolled a 14, so I have the ring. We draw 3. Wow, we have Cloak and Sword in the starting hand. Do I keep this? I think I keep this. Just because we have 2 parts of the puzzle, and he is playing the Aggro Archer now. So healer will be our way to go this game. And also this game, the reason I kept it is because we are upgrading Retrasers this game, not Senex. And because of that we won't be drawing that much. So keeping the combo pieces is a way to do this. Okay, he passes. I just pass back. And then we just draw a Senex. This won't be played in this match until we have a board and we won't have a board against aggro archer. Or I mean, when we have a board, we have already won. We pass again. Oh, although, do we pass? We could play the healer and start healing. Yep, I think we play the healer now. In field. And then pass. Because we will need to have this match. He passes again. Wow. Okay. I will do 2. I will gain 2. And then I will just pass. I could cloak the healer. And then I would have... Oh no. No. The healer dies. Okay, then I'm not cloaking the healer. I could have cloaked the healer. That would have been funny because he would have gained cover at the end of each turn, so I would have been able to keep spamming him with the drain. And he plays another Solidus and attacks me for 3. And I guess that's his turn. Then I am breaking the ring, and I will have to play Yakin Recon in field and then pass. This is our other way to draw cards in this deck, but here we mainly just use it as a lethal removal. He will go face probably. We have 5 ways to heal in this deck. 2 healers and the 3 Harans. So we have to find those if we want to survive. Zendalace on level 1, so Yakin goes back to my hand. He will attack me for 3, and then for 2 I go to 26. He has 2 points left, but he passes. I didn't meant to draw 2 cards. I meant to draw 1. Here comes the Haran. I could play the Haran now, and then I could cloak the Haran up. And then he would have no way to remove it outside of lethal Solidus Archer with Akir. Oh, that's... I don't know. I could also just break the ring and play Lord Alarm to get assassins in my hand. I think I will do that. We will overdraw, meaning that we might lose our game because we overdraw our combo pieces, but that's fine. Otherwise we lose just because we have nothing on board. Here's the 2 copies of Assassin, and then it is his turn. Goes to 6. There is a trade with the Solidus and Lord Alarm. This was pretty obvious that this will happen. I think it would have been... Okay, here comes the Panther. And he's playing it in Shadow, because I have 2 assassins in hand. But he will... Panther is the double attack creature. He will have a Shadow Shift in his hand, I think. Does he run? I think he runs in the deck Shadow Shifts. Yep, 2 copies of Shadow Shift. I would guess this is a pass. No, he attacks now. Okay, I will then draw 1. Do I overdraw? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I will overdraw this one. And it's a Scout's Report. I go to 6. Because we know what's coming. And we don't want to be dealt 16 damage by a Panther. I will have to assassin the Tribe Shaman. Next turn we are at 7. It will be an assassin on Panther. And then we can play Haran. And we will need to play Haran now. This is getting out of hand. At least most of our cards we can play from Reinforcement Rune at this point in the game. He is looking at my hand to see how many cards I have. And looking at my list to see what I have in this card. I don't have much cards in this card yet. Healer, Lord Daran, Scouts Report, and the Assassin I just played. The second assassin will eat Panther. I would like to draw something with 3 cost, so I can pair it with assassin. Okay, attacks with Panther. We go down to 18, and we can play a card, and we play it for free, a healer. Do you attack again, Nocturnal? I will go to 12 then, and then I will overdraw. Okay, he's attacking. We go down to 12, we draw a card. Is it a 3 cost? It's a Haran, it's not a 3 cost, but it's a Haran, that's good as well. And he still has maximum... Oh, he has done... He deals on the 5. Okay, then I am +2 health. Thank you, Nock. And he plays a Thumb. Last guess. Give another creature +1/+1/+0. Once that creature attacked twice more, summon Thumb without this ability. This costs 3, so he will have 4 points left. And the 3. Oh no! Oh no! That's a problem. I will still have to play the Assassin to clear Panther. And then we'll just have to hope that we don't die that turn. He will probably pass. He used all his resource points. Yep. I will draw 1, and I will overdraw a Coney Ace. That sucks. How many cards does he have in hand? 2. I will assassin Panther. This costs 5 because Panther makes our cards cost more. I will... This is 6, this is 10 damage. Okay, we are at 7. We spent 5. I don't know if I would need to give him a card. I mean, it's better this way. Pass. We are not giving him cards. We will need something miraculous from this reinforcement rune on 10 to win this. Otherwise, he won. But I couldn't give him cards because if he draws even a Galderin Steel Sword, then I would lose. He attacks for 3 with 3. Then he attacks with Thumb for 4. I will play a card for free. It's a Retraiser on 3. So that's a -1/-1. And then 3 will attack me for 2 and break his rune. Yep. Because my flame rune breaks, meaning he is at 3 damage, and his report rune breaks, meaning he draws a card. So at the end he still got to draw a card. I forgot about flame rune. I should have attacked with healer then. This is too close. even if I draw an assassin and I clear 3, because some would give +1/+1 to 3, and then 3 would be lethal. Even that wouldn't save me. I could get a Paladin. How many Paladins we have in this deck? Scout. We have 2 copies of Paladin, so we need a Paladin to win. Otherwise, we probably lost. And it's another 3. Okay. That's 4, so he has 4 points left. And an Echo Half that will clear the healer. Other thing that we could do is to draw a Reza. Do we have place in hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we have place in hand. But we didn't draw it. So we just concede. And this means that Nocturnal won this game 2-1 because I brought this Vordë Dromedar Scout, which didn't work out against aggro in the end. Eye of the Restless Storm's Charge Archer is the same Charge Archer that we have on the general spreadsheet. If you want to, you can try this as soon as you start playing Heroes of Vordë. This is similar in some ways to Nocturnal's Archer, but it goes all the way on the charge. So we have Tribe Shaman, because it pairs good with charges, you can play Tribe Shaman on 2, and then Raiding Party the next turn. You can also play Equal Half, which is also 3 cost, so it pairs really good with Tribe Shaman. We are running triple Tribe Shaman, triple Equal Half, triple Raiding Party. Then we have Ashkar Horseman. This is also a version of Shock Troop, but this is only 2 health, so it will die to stuff like Firebolt, like Lightning Bolt, like Ice Storm. And this has also Rally and Breakthrough. We are of course running Shock Troop. We are running Fanatic Equal Half to buff your creatures, and then potentially with the reach go for lethal. We have Leon, who is the brother of Panther, and while Panther makes your opponent's cards cost 1 more, Leon makes your creatures cost 1 less. Leon is also lethal. Then we have Ashkar Scout. This is 1/1 rally, same as in Tessel. And why it's important? Because we don't have many 1-cost cards. And if you play Ashkar Scout on turn 1, then you already have a board for Tribe Shaman, and then this suddenly becomes a 3/1. Then we are running Marion. Not surprising, really good card. The interesting choices for the final 2 cards. One is Equal Half Weaponsmith. While this looks like you're losing tempo because it's a 3-cost 2/3, while you could have played, let's say, a Ghoul that is a 5/2/1, or a Celadis Ram that would be a 5/3 with Breakthrough. Playing Equal Half Weaponsmith pays off because you put a Battle Axe into your hand, and that's a +4/+1 on the following turn if you need it, or you can just hold the Battle Axe until you can reach for lethal. You can play the Battle Axe paired with a Celadis, that's a 4-cost 5 damage to the opponent's face, so it's really good. And then we have the Scepter of the Dromedars. This is just reach, also with double attackers like Trier, like Leon, like Panther. This will mean that you deal 9 damage to your opponent just because you played Scepter. Moving on to Eye of the Restless Storm's Vordë Battle Mage, and the reason I named this Vordë and not midrange is on the one hand because I named it, and this is the deck that you can find on the general spreadsheet. This is my version of midrange Battle Mage in Heroes of Vordë. And on the other hand, the reason why this is Vordë is because we are all in on breaking wards and rewarding creatures. We are not only running 3-maker, and with 3-maker, an interesting choice, but I think this is correct, we are running triple Oak Warrior. This is the creature that 3-maker summons when the ward is broken, and the reason you're running it raw is because it's a 4-cost now. This with the guard and the armor can easily change mid-range matchups, or aggro mirror matchups, or aggro mid-range matchups. It's just really good as your only guard basically in intelligence for the time being. And then beside the 3-maker, we are running Lightwood Mage for the wards. So when Lightwood Mage's ward is broken, her power is doubled. This can easily get out of hand, especially because we are running Bloodwood Sword. This is a 3-cost +4 power, so this is a Lightning Ball as an item, and this costs 1 less. And with Lightwood Mage, you can play Lightwood Mage on 3, Bloodwood Sword the following turn, and then if you Firebolt the ward, then suddenly the Lightwood Mage is a 12/2 on turn 4. We are playing for rewards Lesser Ward, 2 copies, 3 copies of Wardcrafter, and then 2 copies of Ward Stick, which costs 1 more than it costs in Tessel, but also gives you an armor. And if you play this on Oak Warrior, then the Oak Warrior will suddenly become a 6/4/2. And if something has 2 armor, then it's really hard to break now. We are running Firestorm. Contrary to Tessel, here it deals 1 damage at the end. You started developing in field, your opponent went to Shadow, because they realize that they cannot gain back control of field. You can Firestorm Shadow and then deal the 1 damage to your 3-maker in field and break the Warden, Summon, and Note Warrior. Because of how the meta went, I think this War Battle Mage will be really strong, especially against the Charge Archers and other Battle Mages, because of Firestorm and because of Oak Warrior. So we'll see how it goes. And then we have Percy for the draw. If you're running Intelligence, you are running Percy. It's a 2-cost, we don't have many 2-cost cards yet. It's draw. Why wouldn't you play a card that draws 2 for you? And then we end the curve with Light Rune. This is Reach, this is Value, this is Regaining Board. Really good. We'll see how this deck does in Eye of the Restless Storm's hand. Okay, the second match is Nocturnal versus Eye of the Restless Storm, where both of them are bringing Archer and Battle Mage, and they have already started, so we are going into TableTop Simulator, and I will be spectating from this angle for a while. So on this side is Nocturnal's, I think he's playing the Battle Mage, and on this side, Eye of the Restless Storm is playing Charge Archer as the first deck. So, this matchup I think it should be in the favor of the Charge Archer for the first 7 turns, maybe only 6, because Nocturnal isn't running that many ways to reward the 3-makers. But if Nocturnal can get 3-maker, then we'll be having a problem on the Charge Archer side. Let's quickly look at the hands. This is Eye of the Restless Storm's hand. So he has... Okay, the Echo Health Weaponsmith will come in handy with the Battle Axe. He just needs to draw something with double attack. And that's a win condition. And on Nocturnal's hand, we see Tribe Shaman plus a Raiding Party, so this is an aggressive hand. Yeah, because Nocturnal is playing mid-BM more aggressively. So we saw turn 2 Tribe Shaman on Eye of the Restless Storm hand. We know that he is running, and also he has in his hand the Raiding Party for next turn. So let's see if Nocturnal could play the Wardcrafter. Yep. This makes playing the Raiding Party on Eye of the Restless Storm's side a bit crazier. If he plays the Raiding Party, he either goes face full size, or he will have to play both of the Saturdays to clear off the Wardcrafter. And without silence in the game, wards are hard to deal with. Let's see what Eye of the Restless Storm drew. It's an Ashkir Horseman, so that's a turn 5 threat, but not anything to be worried about for now. Also, he doesn't have the ring this game, so it will be just an Echo Half Weaponsmith, meaning that he will also gain the Battle Axe, but he will lose the Tribe Shaman to Wardcrafter next turn when Nocturnal attacks. If he does play it. He's just hovering for now. And yeah, here comes the Weaponsmith. And the Tribe Shaman goes face. Okay. Then they will have to search the Battle Axe, and Nocturnal now will have the turn. So we didn't look at Nocturnal's list yet, although we saw it last game. He's running 3 copies of Raiding Party and the 2 Fanatic Echo Half. What's interesting is that both of them are running 2 copies of Fanatic Echo Half, so the turn 6 shenanigans will be interesting to watch. Also, this is the triple Light Throne deck we saw defeat the World Scout in my second match. So I'm interested to see if the Charge Archer is fast enough to win against this deck, because the burn is real with this deck. the Saladis and the Light Throne dealt a ton of damage to me. Okay, so it's Nocturnal's turn now. Goes to 3. If we quickly look at Nocturnal's hand, he drew a Saladis Archer and also has a Firebolt in hand. Plays the Evalin Mentor, so this will buff the Wardcrafter by 2-2. Yeah, 2-2-0. So the Wardcrafter will be a 4-3 with Ward. I would still think that it will clear the Tribe Shaman. Otherwise, Eye of the Restless Storm would have a perfect clear with Tribe Shaman trading to Evalin Mentor, and then the raiding party once popping the ward, and then the second. Oh wow, okay. He doesn't go for the Tribe Shaman, he goes for the Echohuff Weaponsmith with the Wardcrafter. So that means that the Tribe Shaman will survive, and then... Oh no, he has a Firebolt. Okay, that's fine. Okay, it makes sense now. It would have been terrible if the Tribe Shaman survives and then he can just play the raiding party and get the Saladises to clear the Wardcrafter. So let's see, draws in a gear. He has started attacking Nocturnal, but he doesn't have the board. And cannot play a gear in field because the Wardcrafter will just trade without remorse. Has 4 points, so a way to do this would be also to play... Oh, because he didn't play Raiding Party yet, so he cannot play Saladis and Battle Axe in the same turn. It might be the Agir then. And then just Eskir Horseman the Wardcrafter next turn. That's a way to do this. Also, he could Eskir Horseman the Evalin Mentor, and then the Horseman survives at 1 health next turn. But instead opts to play Marion, and then we'll probably play the Ashkir Scout too. Yep. This will buff the Ashkir Scout at the end of the turn. And the Eye of the Restless Storm uses 3 resources out of the 4 he has. So then it will be Nocturnal's turn. What does he have in hand? There is a Saladis Archer that could deal 1 damage, so the Horseman over the Evalin Mentor would have been punished, or will be punished next turn. We'll see what he has to do. And also could play his own raiding party for 1 damages. With Tribe Shaman it's not even 1 but 3 damage. And he will have the resources with Ring for a Tribe Shaman raiding party. We'll probably clear the Marion and the Ashkir Scout too. If he opts to play Tribe Shaman, then he could trade with Evalin Mentor over the Ashkir Scout, then Wardcrafter can clear Marion, would leave the Wardcrafter at 1 health, and then he could play Saladis and attack phase, but I'm thinking that he will keep the Saladises once he gets them, because he wants to play at the end the Light Throne and the Saladis. Once you felt how much fun that is, I mean on his end, not on mine, then he will get greedy. Does he? Because he has 4 points this turn. He could also just play double Tribe Shaman and set up for a raiding party next turn. And we see 1 Tribe Shaman being played that will kill... it will buff the Evalin Mentor, and then Evalin Mentor will trade with... We'll quickly see where does he trade. Tribe Shaman is at 2-2. I will just help them. Yep, we see a trade over the Ashkir Scout with the Evalin Mentor. That means both of them die. Then I would guess the Wardcrafter trades with Marion. That will leave the Wardcrafter at 1 health. Yep, Wardcrafter over Marion. This will mean that Eye of the Restless Storm will be playing this raiding party he has in hand next turn to clear off the Wardcrafter. And then, what do we see? Then this was 2 points, so he has 2 points left. Nocturnal with 2 points can play the other Tribe Shaman or sell this Archer. But he opted to play, because I don't see it in hand, so he played it, the raiding party, yeah. So he broke the ring and played the raiding party, getting 2 Solidis in hand. Do you play it? Because you have a Tribe Shaman and you have the board. For now. But the board is weak, like you have 1 health creatures, and on the opponent, yeah, he passes, so he will keep the Saladises for a Light Throne combo. I'm not sure if in this matchup it will work though, because he's playing against aggro now. What did Storm draw? Galdarian Steel Sword. Okay, that makes things interesting, because now he can play the raiding party. He can then trade with Wardcrafter, kill off 1 of the Saladis, and then he can play Saladis and the Galdarian Steel Sword to kill off the Tribe Shaman. We see 1, 2 Saladis there, yep. If he does that, then yeah, we see the first Saladis, goes to Wardcrafter, yep. He has 5 points this turn, so he spent 3, has 2 left. Out of 2, he could play the Saladis, yep, and then the Galdarian Steel Sword, as we suspected, meaning he will trade over the Tribe Shaman. The Saladis will be left at 1 health with 3 power, but the Tribe Shaman will go to the discard pile. And Nocturnal's board will be cleared, but it's really close. Like, this is how an aggro looks like if they aren't going phase, but they are trading over one another. The thing with this playstyle is that Nocturnal has 3 copies of Percy in the deck. And I think in this matchup, if it goes like this for long, then the Percys and the Lightrons will favor Nocturnal's side. Nocturnal has 2 Saladis in hand and the Saladis Archer. Storm knows about the Saladises, but he knows that Nocturnal didn't play the Saladis. I would suspect that Nocturnal will play Shoah and the Saladis Archer now. It's Nocturnal's turn. We see a Fanatic Ekelhalf draw. And it's turn 5 for Nocturnals, but can go to 6 with Ring. Meaning that he could also play Fanatic Ekelhalf and Saladis if he wants to, but I think he will keep that for next turn. I will suspect the Saladis Archer and Shoah this turn, to be fair. Because the Saladis Archer can clear the Saladis in Eye of the Restless Storm side, and then the Shoah can just stick on board, reveal cards in Eye of the Restless Storm's hand, and then he will have a read on how to play for the rest of the game. Or, I mean, as long as Shoah survives. Yeah, we see the Saladis Archer come down. This will clear off the Saladis Storm has. And we see Shoah. Nocturnal uses the ring for the second time. And the random card is revealed. Is it random? Yeah. No, it's not random. So he will just show and then which one he wants to be revealed. Like, it's the same as if it would be random. And the Storm's hand looks like this right now. So he can play the Horseman to kill off Shoah. And he will draw a card. So we'll see what goes into his hand now. Another gear. And he plays the gear. Or backs off. Yeah, he backed off. We'll see then. Decides to go with Horseman instead. Okay, then this is the trade we thought will happen. Yeah, because he showed the gear for Nocturnal because of Shura. Okay, then Shura goes to discard pile and the Ashkir Horseman dies. It will rally a creature in Eye of the Restless Storm hand though. Storm has 3 creatures, so there is 2 creatures and an item. So the 2 creatures, one of the Agirs will be buffed by +1/+1, and that's actually really important in this case because then he can play it in field with the Celadis Archer not being able to trade with Agir on its own. Nocturnal would need the Celadis that he has in hand, although there is Tribe Shaman as well. So right now the game is looking to go over to Nocturnal. Let's quickly look at what cards the Archer deck has in later stages of the game. We already saw a Horseman. There is 2 Fanatic Eagle Halves. Also there is 3 copies of Shock Troop, but Shock Troop, it can trade 2. And there is also the Leon, Panther and Scepter of the Dromedars combo if he finds it. I'm still not confident in what this deck's late game is compared to the Lightron combos and the Retrack Shackles. If we go to Nocturnal's hand, we see a Lightron. I would guess that then he is not playing the Celadises with Tribe Shaman anymore. It's probably a Fanatic Eagle Half this turn and just go face. It's a Tribe Shaman. So this will deal 5 damage. I don't like this, unless you are playing the Celadises, because then you just broke a report rune. So Storm gets to draw a card, and the card drawn was, and here it's a Celadis Archer, so it's a 1 damage ping that will be able to clear a Celadis Archer on Nocturnal's side. Okay, so he does play the Celadis too, meaning he will be able to deal 3 damage, setting Storm to 22. If he would have played, I still would have liked the Fanatic Eagle Half line better, because it's still a 6/5, so it would have been able to deal more damage over time. We'll see. So it's Storm's turn. He draws a Fanatic Eagle Half of his own. We see the Celadis Archer being played. It will probably kill off the Celadis Archer on Nocturnal's side. Yes. Then the Celadis will be able to trade with the Celadis Archer next turn, unless Nocturnal decides to go face with everything he has. I would say that the Celadis Archer can Storm play something. He has 7 points, so he has 5 left. That will mean that an Agir goes to field, and this Agir was buffed by +1/+1 with the rally from Ashkir Horseman. So we see a rallied Agir, meaning this is a 4/4, a 7/4, no, 8/4. So the Celadis here cannot trade with Agir. Does Nocturnal have anything else in hand that would buff his creatures? There is the Fanatic Eagle Half, but you don't want to play... If you kept Fanatic Eagle Half last turn, then you don't want to play Fanatic Eagle Half to trade with the Agir for a single power play. So could this be the time Nocturnal goes face and decides to play Shadow? The problem with going face in this stage of the game is that in an aggro-aggro matchup, the reinforcement runes will always summon a creature or play an action on the opponent's side. So we see a trade with Celadis and Celadis Archer. This leaves the Tribe Shaman to die to Agir next turn. Does Nocturnal go face for 2 with the Tribe Shaman? If he goes face, then he's giving a card for Storm. Not just a card, but a free Yeah, we see a retrock. Oh, I didn't watch what he drew. Okay, this changes stuff. Because then Agir will be shackled, and retrock will deal 2 damage to Eye of the Restless Storm, meaning there will be a rune broken, and Storm can play a card for free if it costs 7 or less, which I think is all of his cards at this point. Yep. So all of the cards he draws, he can play if he wants to. Retrock will be buffed to 5/5 because of the Tribe Shaman. So 2 damage goes to face, and Storm can play a card for free. It's a shock troop. Okay, so now Nocturnal has a Tribe Shaman and 2 recess points, 3 with the last ring charge. He could decide to play the Solidus now, and with the Solidus and the Tribe Shaman trade with the Shock Troop. Or he will let the Shock Troop kill the Tribe Shaman. Or actually, it will clear Retrock. Or it could also clear Retrock if he wants to. Because we still haven't seen, I think, the Battle Axe Blade, yes. And also we have a Solidus Archer. This means, yeah. Do you trade with the Tribe Shaman and leave Retrock on field? Or do you kill off Retrock? Do you fear Nocturnal's hand? How many cards does Nocturnal have? Nocturnal has 3 cards in hand, and you know that one of them is a Solidus. So like you basically have... You fear the other Retrock, and you fear Night to Remember, but there is no other way to shackle with Nocturnal's deck. There is 2 copies of Night to Remember and 2 other copies of Retrock. But still, he decides to take the trade. He will kill off the Retrock with the damage from Shock Troop and the Solidus Archer. Augur is shackled, so he won't be able to attack. He's at 8 now, so that means he has 6 points left. That will be probably an Agir. Is it in field or in shadow? I don't know yet. It should go in shadow. Yes, because you know there is a Solidus in Nocturnal's hand, and with the Tribe Shaman here, you don't want to kill off the Agir for nothing. And now that means Eye of the Restless Storm is left with 2 points, which I don't think he can use. Yep, so the turn is passed to Nocturnal, who has drawn a Vordë Crafter. So does this change stuff? A Vordë Crafter. So you could trade with the Solidus Archer now, and the Tribe Shaman will survive. And you have 8 points. You can also trade with Agir if you play the Fanatic Ekelhalf now. You can buff your Tribe Shaman and then Vordë Crafter it. Or you can also... Oh, this is better, because you have Solidus too. I just didn't think he will play Solidus now. So he will decide to play Solidus, and he just trades. Okay. This costs 0, so he still can do the Fanatic Ekelhalf and the Vordë Crafter line. And he has Lightron next turn. That's also something to be mentioned. With the ring Nocturnal has, and he still didn't use the last ring charge, there is a chance he will have lethal next turn, and he plays the Fanatic Ekelhalf in shadow to show that he is about to... I mean, he's not showing, he's just showing that he wants to contest Agir, but the reason he's playing it there is because he's playing Light Throne next turn. So we see Fanatic Half in Shadow. He's buffing the Tribe Shaman. This goes to 6 for this turn, meaning it will be able to clear Agir now. And then he will just Ward Crafter the Tribe Shaman, yep, and trade with Agir, I would guess. Ward Crafter will be a 4-1. They brought the wrong token. So Nocturnal side, the board looks like this. Are you confident you can win next turn? I think you can be. Like, you have to deal 20. And the... let's see what Storm draws. It's 3. Okay, so this isn't saving you from next turn lethal. You can set up lethal after the turn. So you can play 3 in Shadow and then hope that Nocturnal doesn't kill you next turn. And that's your way to win this, because then you can buff the 3 with Battle Axe and Fanatic Eagle-Half. 3 will go to 11-3 and will attack twice, so that's 22 damage. Would 22 damage be enough? It wouldn't be, but if you attack with Agir now, then it would be enough. Problem is, okay, goes with Battle Axe. Problem is that you break the rune on 20, meaning that Storm will be, Nock will be able to play a card for free. And that will basically ensure lethal next turn. Like, he has 4 plus 6, that's 10, 12 damage right now on board. And the Light Throne deals 4 to face, so it's 16 damage right now. He needs 4 damage to come from this reinforcement rune that Agir will be breaking. 11 damage goes to face, I would guess. Yep, we see the damage go face. Meaning that 27, it will be 16. And Nocturnal will be able to draw a card. It's a Ward Crafter. And then he's set to 16, yep. And he will be able to draw a card and play it for free if he wants to. And it's a Cunning Ally. That means 3 more damage. 3 more damage. Also, this also means that he cannot play the Light Throne next turn. I just realized that. I mean, he can play it, but it won't deal 4 damage, only 2. So right now, the board looks like 6 plus 3, that's 9, 13, 15 damage on Nocturnal's end, 2 damage with Light Throne. And it's a Fireball he drew. Then we see a Trier, and then a pass. Can Trier win next turn? I think it would have been better to not equip the Battle Axe on the Agir. Of course, it's hindsight, because, but I called it out. Because Trier would be able to deal 22 next turn, and now it will only be able to deal 3 plus 4, that's 14. Trier will be dealing 14 damage with all of Storm's hand. And Nocturnal drew Light Throne. He will then Ward Crafter. It will be Fanatic Eagle who has to trade with Agir. Because Agir was buffed by 1 health with the Battle Axe. And he wards the Cunning Ally. That's a mistake. Unless he will play then, okay, so he wards the Cunning Ally and then he will play Firebolt. Yep. And then we will see Firebolt from hand. I still think it was a mistake. He could have warded the Fnatic Echo half and trade with Agir. And then just set Storm to... I think you don't even set Storm to anything. You just trade with the Fnatic Echo half and then you set... You can deal 16 next turn, right? Like this is 2, this is 6, this would have been +5, that's 11. That's, oh, that would have been 1 off, okay. Then you need the Fnatic Echo half. You cannot kill it off. We see a Ghoul, and this means that with Ghoul and Fnatic Echo half, Storm will be able to push for lethal with the Trier on board. Trier is at 3 power now, and this means the Trier will go to 5 with Ghoul. And then he will play the Fnatic Echo half. He has 9 points this turn. Perfect for Ghoul plus Fnatic Echo half. Wait, he has 10. He just didn't ramp. It's still perfect. Because with this, Trier goes to 5, and then with Fnatic Echo half, Trier goes to 9. And 2 times 9 would clear Nocturnal off the board. The only question is, what will be the draw from the reinforcement rune? Because the reinforcement rune coming down will mean... Oh wait, I'm just delusional. The Ghoul came from a rune on 10. Okay, then this means that... and this is why they didn't ramp. Okay, this means that he just won. Unless he decides to trade. It's a Panther and the Fnatic Echo half in hand. Yep, we see the Fnatic Echo half. Go for Trier. Trier will go to 9. Let's see the 9 damage. This will set Nocturnal to... How many will be it? 9... to 7. Meaning that if Nocturnal can get a Retrock or a Lightning Bolt, that would kill Trier, and then Nocturnal wins. But if he is not able to do that, then it's over. Retrock or Lightning Bolt is what Nocturnal is searching for. Does he get it? What was it? It was an Elementor, so that's not enough to clear off the tree, meaning that, yeah. This means that the first match goes to Eye of the Restless Storm's Archer. This was surprising. I still think breaking the rune was wrong there. But if he doesn't break the rune, does he win for sure? Like, it was a Ghoul coming. Yeah, because of the Ghoul, he wouldn't have won. Okay, it's alright then. Then this was the first game. Goes to Eye of the Restless Storm. Next match, Nocturnal decided to switch decks too, so it will be the same matchup. Aggro Archer versus mid-range Battle Mage. But this time Nocturnal will be playing Archer, and the Battle Mage will be in Eye of the Restless Storm's hand. And this Battle Mage is a little bit slower than Nocturnal's version, so we'll see. Slower on the early game. Its mid game is stronger than Nocturnal's, and I think the end game is stronger in Nocturnal's version. So let's go to the match already. Okay, so this time the Battle Mage has the ring too, but it's on Eye of the Restless Storm side now. So we see in Nocturnal's hand a Zendalace, and I didn't get the other two, but you did because you're watching closely than I. So this is a Golden Steel Sword and a Panther with the Zendalace, and in Storm's hand we see a Mulligan. This is a Celidus Archer, a Wardcrafter. This is a really good early hand, and the Tribe Shaman. Wow, okay. So Eye of the Restless Storm will be on the aggro path this game, just based on starting hands. Let's go to the screen, and the game starts with Nocturnal getting the first turn. Nocturnal passed, then Eye of the Restless Storm uses the ring. Let's quickly check what Nocturne drew. It's an Echo Half that will come in handy with the Stripe Shaman Wardcrafter starting hands, and he plays the Wardcrafter. Okay. Wards up itself. I would guess that he's planning to play Tribe Shaman next turn. This way he's maximizing damage. The Tribe Shaman will be met with the Echo Half here though. It's a Shadow Shift and Nocturnal's draw, meaning he will just have to pass. Goes back to Storm, goes to 2, has the ring. Does he need it though? Draws another Tribe Shaman. Oh, this is really good for him. Then the Tribe Shaman comes down, the Wardcrafter will deal 4 damage to Nocturnal. Nocturnal will be able to trade with the Tribe Shaman, courtesy to Echo Half, but Storm already has an answer in hand with wow and another Tribe Shaman. Okay, this looks really good for Storm, because he can deal 1 damage with Celadis Archer to the remaining half of the Echo Half that will come down on turn 3 from Nocturnal's side. So we saw the 4 damage go to face. Yep, it's on 26 now, and then it will be just a pass, and it goes to Nocturnal. We've seen the Echo Half come down, as we suspected. It will clear the Tribe Shaman. Yes. Echo Half will be left at 1 health. Yes. And the turn goes to Storm. Let's see what he draws. We see 2 Celadis and the Tribe Shaman. So Rams and then draws. It's a War Stick. With the Tribe Shamans getting on top of each other, that will be pretty cool. So we see the Celadis Archer as we suspected. The Echo Half goes to discard. And then... oh, attacked with Wardcrafter first. So he is not playing Tribe Shaman this turn. He's setting up for it next turn. Then it will be just a pass. I think at this point you could have... because Nocturnal had a pretty rough start. Like his deck, if you look at the deck list, the Archer on Nocturnal's side, it shouldn't have a start this weak, because with Marian, Celadis Archer, Tribe Shaman, Daring Warrior, he could have had cards to play by then. But to be fair, it's almost the same amount of 2-cost cards in a Storm side too. So let's see what Nocturnal draws. It's okay, so the thumb was from Rune and the Agir is from Turn, I would guess. Oh no, the Agir was from Rune then, and Celadis. He plays a Rose Celadis. So now the Celadis could it help you? Like the Celadis Archer has 1 health, yeah. So the Celadis trades with the Archer. And then plays the Agir in field. Meaning this will be just Storm playing the Tribe Shaman, clearing the Agir next turn. And then who gets lethal? I guess Tom will get lethal. There is no point in giving Panther lethal. And the turn goes to Storm side. He draws. What do you draw then? A Cunning Ally. Oh. Do you play the ally now? Like, he has 4 points. Opts to play the Shaman. With 4 points. Okay. So buffs the Wardcrafter by 2. Then I would guess, yeah, takes the trade. Ward breaks. Tribe Shaman will be left at 2-2. I mean, will come down as a 2-2. And then you play a Ward Stick. Oh, okay. So we see the war stick on the Warcrafter. I will quickly just put Warcrafter to be on top of the deck. And we also see an armor, which they forget, so let me add this. And then it will be Nocturnal's turn. So the Zendalace can only save an enemy creature with 4 or less power, so it cannot save the Wardcrafter now. Let's see, what did Nocturnal draw? It's a Trier. I mean, a Trier could be of value if the thumb dies, then the thumb can give the last gasp to Trier, and then Trier will attack twice. But if thumb goes to Shadow, then Nocturnal is deciding to... Okay, I thought that he is deciding to race, which would have been a bad choice, but he's just playing thumb in the Shadow so he can Shadow Shift it, and he drew a Daring Warrior. And there's a past, so it's Storm's turn now. We'll draw a card now. Let's see. It's another War Stick. Okay. I guess the Tribe Shaman is getting warded too. Does Nocturnal have charge in his hand? He doesn't. So if the ward... Yeah, it's a Tribe Shaman and then a Ward Stick on this Tribe Shaman. So the Tribe Shaman buff each other. And also the Warcrafter will go to 7 power. And this costs only 2, so he has 3 points left. 4 with Ring. Do you play the Ward Stick or do you play Cunning Ally? I think you can play Cunning Ally here. Because if you... Like, there is no charge in hand, yeah. If you play the Ward Stick now, then you just protect one of the Echo Halves. The Shamans. The Thumb will trade with the other Shaman, but it doesn't change the board for your next turn. While if you play Cunning Ally now in Shadow, then you have +1 creature on your board. And you can still Ward Stick next turn, but he decides to do it now, fearing that Nocturnal might have something with charge, which isn't an unnecessary fear, since if you see the deck, there is Shock Troops now that can come down, there is Echo Half, there is Seldis with Gathering Steel Sword, so there is a ton of ways to charge stuff into Storm's creatures. We just know that he doesn't have one in hand at the moment. He could draw though, and there is already a Steel Sword. I would guess that after this, Storm will just pass back, because he has 1 point left, with Rings 2, and he doesn't have a card in his hand to play now. So, the card advantage is in Nocturnal's side. So if... Oh, wow. Okay, now attacks with Wardcrafter. Or with Tribe Shaman, it was 22, yeah, with Tribe Shaman. We see a Tribe Shaman come down. So now the ward was the right choice. I didn't think he will go face to give Nocturnal creature. But I was about to say that he has to go face this turn or next turn. I would have just thought that he is going to start attacking next turn. And then he will attack with Tribe Shaman 2. So the Warcrafter attack first for 7, and then we see a damage for 5. This will set him to 13. Nocturnal's rune on 15 breaks. He will draw a card. Let's see what he drew. It's a Seldis Archer, meaning that Nocturnal can now clear the other Tribe Shaman 2 with this Tribe Shaman trading over this Tribe Shaman, and the Thumb trading over the Tribe Shaman in field. I mean the Tribe Shaman with Ward, because with Seldis Archer you can ping off the Ward now, and it's an Evalent Merchant, so that that's just a 2-cost creature for now. It doesn't matter that much. If I saw right, he was considering to play Zendalace, but that's not helping as much yet, because he can only bounce back the Tribe Shaman on Storm side for now. So what are you doing? Yeah, he's considering playing this Celadis Archer. So it will, after Celadis Archer, what can you play next? You have 6 points, so 4 points left after the Archer. You could play the Trier, and then Galdiner Steel Sword it next turn. Oh, we see the Zendalace. We see the Zendalace now. This means that the Tribe Shaman will be bounced back. Okay, he decides to do otherwise. He didn't register this has 5 power. Okay, so then we see a trade. Wow, over the Wardcrafter. With armor you can't clear the Wardcrafter. Okay, place the Galdiner Steel Sword on Thumb to clear the other Tribe Shaman. This will mean that he has 6 points. He cannot play. He used 3, so he can play Zendalace yet. So I think he will be bouncing back the Tribe Shaman here. Yep. We see the Tribe Shaman bounce back to hand, and then it will be a Celadis Archer and the Thumb against the Wardcrafter on Storm's field. The item goes to discard pile on save, so this is one way to deal with the armor, I guess. This means that there is still the Cunning Ally in Storm's hand. That will mean that he can clear the field with Wardcrafter if he wants to. Although I would still go, I would go face now, because you need to, you're running out of cards. And Nocturnal has 4 cards at this point. You have 3. There is a Wardcrafter though. If there is a Wardcrafter and you hit with Cunning Ally, then you can trade. But only if you, I think only if you hit with Cunning Ally. Because killing Thumb without killing Celadis Archer and just leaving the Celadis Archer alive to be able to attack twice and then summon Thumb back, because Thumb on less gas gives another creature +1/+1/+0, and once the creature attacked twice more, Thumb will be resummoned. So it wouldn't work. Okay, Cunning Ally. Let's see. Do you hit? It misses. Wow. Okay. So Nocturnal's hand will wear down Storm's hand. I think. But you played Cunning Ally in field. So like, I think in this case you should have played it Shadow. If you played it field, you're playing the Wardcrafter and warding your Wardcrafter and killing off the Celadis Archer now, I would guess. If you would have played it in Shadow, then going face is fine, but not like this. Okay, so we see the Wardcrafter, and it goes into Shadow. I don't know. Man, you could have played the Cunning Ally in Shadow too. If you're going Shadow. Like, both the Celadis Archer and Thumb will trade unfavorably into, I mean, for even into Wardcrafter, so he wouldn't decide to go that way. Okay, so the Thumb dies. I will show them what to do in this case. So the buff goes to Celadis Archer, +1/+1. Celadis Archer needs to attack twice to resummon Thumb, without the resummon less gasp ability. And we see a Tribe Shaman. So it's the next turn. The next turn will decide everything. Question is if he can win with this hand. So let's see. Nock has no ways to attack directly stuff that Storm has on board outside of the Celadis Archer. So the Celadis Archer will clear the Wardcrafter, I would guess, or the Cunning Ally. I guess the Cunning Ally is the better choice. because it's a 3-3. And then it's 4, it's 2, that's 6, that's 9 damage that we'll be going to face next turn. Unless they keep playing for board. But, like, Storm's hand is empty, so he cannot play for board anymore. We see another thumb, but there is nothing that Nocturnal can use to clear board now. So it will be a trade, I would guess, on the Solidus Archer side. The Cunning Ally has 3 health, yeah, so you trade with Cunning Ally, because the Wardcrafter can be dealt with Solidus Archer swamping, because the summon abilities ignore armor. Or, well, most of the stuff ignore armor. Or armor only counts when you attack with a creature directly to the other creature. This hand sucks too for this turn. If you can survive, then you have probably won. But you cannot clear Shadow. So if Storm can, you will have to play Panther in Shadow to clear both of these next turn. And then still the field kills you. Nocturnal is on 7. Yeah. Then you will have to hope for a really good Reinforcement Rune play. Let's see what Nocturnal could get from Reinforcement Rune. We see the trade with Thumb and the Nithum, the Solidus Archer that had the Thumb buff, and the Cunning Ally. Nox Battle Mage has a Retrock, so the Retrock could work. Also, Lightning Bolt would have, but not that much. It would clear only one thing. I think the best thing to get here would be Retrock, and the second best is Lightning Bolt, or even Cunning Ally is good. So let's see how Nox proceeds. He will play the Daring Warrior. I guess he will just play as many creatures as he can. He moves over the Daring Warrior and he plays the sum. So this is 4, that's plus 3, 7, uses all the recess points, and then he will have to pass. And this will mean that the turn is in Eye of the Restless Storm's hand. If he trades down here, he lost. I would think. Because then he's out of cards. Like, he has nothing in his hand right now. He will draw 1. Of course, the problem is that Nocturnal will have to break runes on Storm's side. But I think at this point it's safe to just go face. And then you have won with time and with Shadow Rain. Oh, by the way, yeah, I forgot that he can't even trade, because not even in field, because the Daring Warrior was moved by Evelyn Merchant to field. So this means everything is in shadow, in cover. Draws an Ashkir Horseman, oh wow, okay, this means that, is it lethal this turn? This is 4, this is 2, this is 6, this is 9, that's exactly 13. Exactly 13. We see the Reinforcement Room now. Let's see the card, and it's an Agir. Oh, wow. Okay, so then the Wardcrafter pushes for 3 damage. This will mean that Nocturnal goes down to 4, breaks the Flame Rune. When the Flame Rune is broken, Storm is dealt 3 damage. He will go down to 27, and then Storm will win the match with the Ashkir Horseman that Nocturnal cannot see in hand, but he can feel it now. He knows that he is dead, and there is the Horseman, and there is the damage, and it's 2-0 for Eye of the Restless Storm. Game 3, we are playing against Eye of the Restless Storm. I'm running the Burn Shackle Assassin and the Dromedary Word Scout, while he is running Charge Archer and Mid Battle Mage. I will go first, so he will have the ring, and he's playing Charge Archer, and I am playing the Burn Shackle Assassin. And let's shuffle and draw 3. Let's see our mulligan. I think against this deck I am not keeping Light Throne, and I am not keeping the Bloodwood Sword. I might keep the sword and then just put the Night Rumble back. Let's do it like this, and I draw 3 because it will be my turn. So I will just pass, and then it's his turn. Let's see. It's almost the same matchup as last time against Nocturnal, and we managed to win that. I think the Burn Shackle Assassin is at advantage here. We will have to try to get him down to 10 as quickly as possible. We will be... Actually, I would really like to have the ring here. It would have been easier like that. The Cunning Ally, and the fact that we have a Firebolt and the Cunning Ally, and I hope it will hit another Firebolt too, that will really help us. Let's save a Firebolt here for later, because then we can trade without giving away our cards, our creatures. So we see an Ashkir Scout come down as a 1-1 with Rally. And then I would guess he passes. Yep. I go to 2. And do I Firebolt that? I think I want to keep the Firebolt for... but it's a rally. And it will rally 2, so it will give +2/+2 to... I think we can Firebolt it. And then pass. It's his turn, he goes to 2. If he plays a Tribe Shaman now, it's still fine because we have Cunning Ally coming down next turn. We can play Firebolt if we hit, of course. What are our chances of not hitting? My deck has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 cards, so our chances aren't really good to hit, because it's 16 out of 45. I like 15 out of 50 in Tassel, but here I would like to have a little less. Okay, so we are playing Cunning Ally. Here, let's do it 3-3, and we'll look at the top card to see if this is... Oh, and we miss. I really hope that we won't be punished by many Tribe Shamans in the following turns. So we have Aegir into Shock Troop into Green Listener. This is a pretty good hand right now for an aggressive play. Instead of Shock Troop, I would have liked Retrock better, but this is still a good trade. Oh wow, okay, Aegir in Shadow. This is a 7-3. Shadow. So he will probably just pass afterwards. This was... he used the ring. Yep, he passes. I am... so I have 4 points. Then are we just playing Aegir in Shadow and then trading with Shock Troop? We might be. I will attack for 3. And then I will play Aegir in Shadow and pass. So, and we have a Panther. We might be playing Panther on turn 6 instead of the Listener. I don't know yet. We'll see how many creatures he has on turn 6. I think the Shock Troop will run into Agir, unless we get to draw a Wardcrafter. Oh, Tribe Shaman. Yeah, we are definitely running into Agir. And the Tribe Shaman will be in cover. So this will be 9 damage to me if he attacks, and he should. We go to 21 and we draw a card from Report Rune. It's a Leon. Wow, this is a really good hand. Right now this will be just... Yep, the Shock Troop will be coming down, but first we go here. He gets to draw a card from Report Rune, and then he has 4 points. So if I attack with Agir now and I break the Reinforcement Rune, what are my chances of hitting something that he cannot play? He has Ashkir Horsemen's, Fanatic Ekelhouse, Shock Troop, Leon and Panther, and next turn he will be able to play it. So like, this will be pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He now will be able to play a card for 4 or less. And it's an Agir. Oh wow, oh that's really bad. That's an unfortunate situation. I'm considering just racing him. Because of the Green Listener. Will he be able to kill me next turn? 9 plus 9, this is 18. 20, oh that's, yeah, we cannot raise this. We are at 5 this turn, so I will just play the Shock Troop into the Agir. And pass. That was unfortunate hitting an Agir. At least he cannot kill me this turn. So we will maybe be able... if he pushes damage, I will get to play cards from Reinforcement Rune. So that's something. Will be able to push for lethal next turn? No. Maybe after the turn afterwards? Probably. With Green Listener shackling him for a turn. Also we have Panther. That's 10 damage. If you drop it in Shadow with Bloodwood Sword, it's 18 damage, so it's already lethal from there. So Agir is attacking face. I go to 14. I get to draw 2 cards and play the first. Whoa! It's a retrog. This changes the game. I think this might have won me the game with the Green Listener in hand. This is brutal. Goes face. Alrighty. We see an Ashkir Horseman come down. This will probably kill off the Agir. Unless he goes face. Which will be a pretty bold thing to do. This will have 6 power because of the Shaman. 2 health. Breakthrough. And rally. He's at 5, so this is his turn, unless he's using the ring. Which he does. Okay. Galderian Steel Sword, plus 2 power, plus 2 health. So it's an 8. It's an 8. And goes face, or breaks through a gear. Okay, attacks the gear. So this means this is 8. I am dealt 5 damage. And we are playing a card from here. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Are we playing this? We aren't playing this. I will keep the card from reinforcement rune. So we have ways to shackle. And it's my turn. 6 points. Can you deal 7 to me this turn? Is the question. I have 6, so I can play Trial and Bloodwood Sword. This will give me plus 4 damage, this will give me plus 4 damage. That's 8. 8 plus 3, 11. We are 1 damage off lethal. 1 damage off lethal. Meaning I cannot finish it this turn. So I won't be able to kill him, but I can, what I can do is, I can attack with Ritrock. Then I can attack with Cunning Ally, see what he gets, and then I can Green Listener. But if he plays in field, then I am dead. No, because if he plays in field, I can Trial. Okay. Then we are attacking with Ritrock. Then we are attacking with Cunning Ally. He gets a reinforcement rune. He can play if it costs 5 or less. It's a raiding party. That's a problem. Because now I have to clear the tribe shaman. I cannot just simply let it stay on board. Meaning I will have to lightning bolt the tribe shaman. I have 2 points left. And with these 2 points, oh, I could have won because of the flame rune. I always forget the flame rune. When I would break his flame rune, he would break my flame rune, and I could have won this turn. Oh shit. Well, I guess we are not winning that way then. Am I keeping my hand because of the Ritrock? I think I do. I don't want to play Night Remember for 1, but I can play Green Listener next turn. Is Green Listener or Night Remember plus Trial more damage? I guess we'll just pass. And let's hope he doesn't put us to 3. Because if he does, then we have to skip Flame Rune. Let's see. Can I skip Flame Rune? There comes the Celebes. I can skip Flame Rune with Ritrock plus Bloodwood Sword. Celebes attacks me for 1. What do you have? A Shock Troop attacks me for 4. Flame Rune breaks. He goes to 6. Oh, and has a Galderian Steel Sword. Okay. Then even my Flame Rune doesn't break. I just lose. Okay, this was my fault. I could have won this. GG is done. The Archer deck won, which I don't know if it's... I don't know if I wanted to play Scout versus the Archer or versus the Battle Mage more. But we'll be playing Scout versus the Battle Mage now. So next up I will stick with my Burn Shackle Assassin deck, and he will be playing the remaining Vordë Battle Mage, the mid-range Battle Mage deck he has. And I have the ring this game. Let's go into game then. Draw 3. Am I keeping this hand? I'm playing against mid BM. I'm not keeping Silent Mage. Let's do it like this. Okay. We have double Lightning Bolt and Retrock. Like, this is reach. This is really good. We just need something for the early turns. Like, Lightwood Mage will be pretty good here. I need something to stick on the board while he's starting to develop his early creatures, because this is the Battle Mage list we are playing against. And there is Tribe Shaman, Raiding Party, Celdis Archer is early creature. There is a Percy, although that doesn't matter much. And the Cunning Ally and Nightwood Mage on his end too. It's my turn now. And I will use the ring to play the Wardcrafter in field and then pass. We are using the ring just to get some early pressure, since we are playing a burn deck, and the Battle Mage he's playing does not have ways to heal, so every damage we deal is final damage. That's getting us closer and closer to lethal. Next turn we might be just missing a turn, as if he has his own Wardcrafter. And then I will guess he passes. So, yep, we are missing a turn, but I will attack him for 2. And it's his turn. We have a Lightning Bolt against 3-maker made Oak Warriors. Yeah, he chooses to trade the wards. And then here comes Celdis Archer dealing with Wardcrafter. And then it will be my turn. I will check if I am not running board clear, so the only way I could deal with this is with this field lane, if I actually try to do something with attacking there with creatures, which I don't want to do. And that sucks. Because now we have to decide if we ring out the Lightning Bolt to face. And I think we are doing that. Because I cannot do much with this. I could use the Lightning Bolt to clear the Celdis Archer, but that's just not something I would rather try to evade that. This is bad. I don't think we started on the wrong foot in this match. We will have a Retrock. And we have a Shock Troop. So like all our hand is reach. Let's try to do the reach thing. And pass. Let's hope that we can get something from reinforcement runes in Shadow and then win by that. We will be playing Retrock next turn and Shock Troop afterwards. I don't think this match will go long enough that we will be able to play Lightron. So he's attacking me. I will get to draw a card. It's another reach in the form of a Lightning Bolt. And then he's playing a Lightwood Mage. This will be a 2-2 for now, and when the ward breaks it will double her power. So now I could actually play the Lightning Mage in field, because I have one. But it would only mean that he gets to double the power. So I will instead opt to play Retrock in Shadow and shackle the 3-1 in field. And then I will pass. We used up all our ring charges. So next turn we are playing Shock Troop. And then we're hoping that we can get... Oh wow, everyone attacks. Who will have third? This is 4 damage. So I go to 21. Actually, it could have... There is a chance it would have been better if I just let him break the reinforcement rune. Because most of my cards can be played with 4. Like we have 3 copies of Retrock, Lady Train, the Light Throne, and the Green Listeners. Oh, I guess we have Shock Troop too. We'll see if it turns out to be better that we did it this way. Oh no, there is a Tree Maker coming. This means that an Oak Warrior will hit the field the next turn. I mean the Shadow Lane. And we don't have Wrath Razors to deal with that. Okay, we have a Lady Train. We have a Lady Train. So we're at 5. I will attack you for 3. You get to play a card for free, if it costs 5 or less. Meaning that most of your cards can be played. Yeah, only Light Throne can be played. Oh no, a Bloodwood Sword. And I will just have to play the Shock Troop to attack for 4, report rune breaks. And then I pass. So I could play Lady Train next turn. No, because we don't have ring anymore. So we are just playing Lightning Bolt next turn. Probably on the guard that this will generate. Because he's killing Retrock. I will quickly search an Oak Warrior for him. This will be summoned here. This is a 5/3/1 with guard. Unfortunate that this happened, but I guess this is why I could have played this in a more normal way. Like the Lightning Bolt could have been played. Who attacks first? Because he will be breaking reinforcement rune. Okay, Solidus Archer attacks first. I'm going down to 18. I'm getting a card. It's an Agir. We are just racing this match. I hope to get a giant snake, not that's the Tessel version, the Green Listener. If I could Green Listener field, then I would have a turn to continue developing up my board and then going for lethal without giving him the reinforcement rune first. So like we could go for lethal on the same turn we break the reinforcement rune. We have a Scepter next turn. That's 6 damage. We are playing... Oh, Wardcrafter. Wards up the tree maker again. Okay. And has a firestorm. No! 2 damage, 2 damage. 1 goes to Agir. So Agir dies because the firestorm has a 1 ping at the end compared to the Tessel version. Wardcrafter dies. This is dealt 2 damage. And he is summoning another Oak Warrior in Shadow now. So I just can't get over this guard pile here. This is actually... can I win yet? I'm not sure. I go to 6. Like, I will have to just trade down and then I will lose. But that's it. I will trade with the shock troop over this warrior. Do I survive? Do I survive next turn? It's 14. This is 10. This archer has 3 power, not 2. This is 5, so that's 15. Plus 2, 17. If I lightning bolt the tree maker, then I can survive. But that leaves us... Yep, but we have to do it. Lightning bolt the tree maker. And then pass. Okay. I guess it's his turn now. 7 recess points. Actually, I think the right play here is to not break anything and just set me to 11. And then develop the board and kill me next turn, but it seems like he's going to attack. Yep. Then he has something in hand that will make sure he has lethal. We get a firebolt, so we kill the Wardcrafter. And the Lightwood Mage can attack, and I think he has a Bloodwood Sword. That would mean he has lethal. No, it's a Rodent Dagger. Plus 2, plus 1. I mean, not power, I mean 2 good health and breakthrough. And then the other thing he has, it's a firebolt to double the power of Lightwood Mage. Meaning this will be an 8 power creature and I will go to -2. I guess his decks are just in this aggro mirror. When I started with wrong hand, it really paid off that he had one guard. Like this was changed by tree maker. This is why it's so good to have a 5/3/1 guard on turn 4, because you had a tree maker, and then it just stopped me from going over in shadow. So GG's to Storm, who wins the second match. So if he manages to win against Eros, then he will be the first. And right now I'm the last. we have Ares, the last player we haven't seen yet, and he is on Math Crusader. I think this is the deck that utilizes Tribe Shaman the best. Then we have Trainer. This is 5th Legion Trainer from Tassel. Nothing surprising, this is Token. Then we have Blessing of Ereshkigal. This is Divine Fervor from Tassel. Same card, does the same thing. Nothing to talk about it, other than how good it is. Then we have a Valiant Mentor. I have already talked about this card in deck rundowns, and we have seen this in matches, but here is the card itself. It will give +2/+2 to another friendly creature. You can play it in field. If you had to open in Shadow, you can play it in Shadow. If you don't want to give a good trade in field, it is really good. Paired with Celadis, makes the Celadis a 3/3. Then we have Battle Morale. This is the card that costs 3 in Tassel, but only 2 here. It used to cost 2 the Northwind Outpost in Tassel, but it was nerfed to 3. We'll see how it goes here. Because the lanes are reduced to 3 creatures per lane, this is why Battle Morale and Tribe Shaman are both buffed from the Tassel versions. Then we have Eaglehawk Pillager as a one-off. Operation is split from Tassel, works the same. Basically this is just so you can play Celadis plus Eaglehawk Pillager, and then you can go face for 3 or trade that will favor you. He is running triple Zendalis to gain back board control, not by removing enemy threats, but by delaying them. As the final card that I will showcase here, he is running Warcry 2F. Warcry in Tassel costs 4, but gives the buff only to one lane. Here it costs 5, but it gives buff to all of your creatures in both lanes, so we'll see how it performs. Maybe we can sneak some lethals in with Warcry. Ares' second deck is a deck that I won't showcase because it is from card to card the same as Eye of the Restless Storm's Battle Mage. It's the same deck because he copied the one that I had on the spreadsheet, so there is no reason to showcase that deck. We'll just see how it performs. Let's get into the games. So next up, we are playing against Ares. I have the Burn Shackle Assassin and the Vordë Dromedar Scout, and he has Charge Archer and the Math Crusader. Here we are. Match 5. I have rolled an 8 and he rolled a 14. So he goes first and I have the ring for the first match. So let's shuffle and draw 3. I think we can keep this hand. This is good. Like, we have ways to ramp with Miner and Tax Collector, and we have Drain and Regeneration. He's playing the Math Crusader first, so this will be important, the Drain healing from Heron. He goes to 1 point, he draws 1. This is either the Ashkur Scout or Celadis. Yep, we see an Ashkur Scout come down. This will be 1/1 with Rally. And then he just passes probably. Yep, I will draw them 1. We go to 1. And actually we will use the Retresa on Ashkur Scout. So this goes to discard. Gives -1/-1 to this creature. And then I will just pass. And we are doing this in separate discard pile here. So we can count down Thuel's cost. If you remember, this is my deck, and Thuel costs 20 and costs 2 less for each living word in my discard pile. We see a trainer come down, and then he probably passes. Yep. This is my turn. I will use the ring and play Miner against the trainer, then pass. We'll just quickly put the +1, the 1/1 here, and this is guard. And our resist points have gone to 3 as the max resist points. So it's his turn now, and he goes to 3. We see an Valiant Mentor come down in field. This will give +2 to the trainer. The trainer will go to being a 3/5. Then the trainer will probably trade with Miner. And that's his turn. we ramp to 4, so we can play Huron in field in text collector in field now, and then pass. This is a 1/3/1 lethal that will on slay, so if this kills a creature, it will give us +1 max resource points. When you gain max resource points, you don't gain that resource point for the turn though, so we cannot play Priest next turn yet. Only with Ring Recalled. And we might be doing that if he has a way to remove Tax Collector, because we have to kill a trainer as soon as possible with his deck. This is the Crusader list. He's playing triple trainer, triple blessing, triple tribe shaman to buff his tokens. And then if he manages to go wide, then a Warcry could end the game real fast on turn 5 and afterwards. Bird swings face. So that's 3 and 2. I go to 25 and I draw 1. And then we see a Zendalis. Drops the Tax Collector back into my hand. That's 3 points, so he has 1 point left. He has already played Ashkir Scout, yeah, he just passes. It's our turn now, we have 5 points. And I think this is time we play a Paladin in field, then pass. This is a 2/9 that guards both lanes, and we played it in field, so we can attack with it next turn to deal damage to the trainer. It would have been a play to do the priest turn, but I wanted to save my reinforcement rune for a turn when we have cards to play from there, because right now this scout deck has a lot of cards above the cost of 4, so I didn't want to not be able to play them. We see a Ghoul in Shadow lane, the buff can go to field lane. And we see an Evalin Mentor. That will be a 2/2 because of the trainer, and will give +2 to someone. So the Evalin Mentor summon goes on the other, and Ghoul summon on trainer. Okay, Mentor and trainer swing, so Mentor and trainer goes into Paladin. This will be 9 damage, so Paladin dies. And trainer is dealt 2 damage, Evalin Mentor is dealt 2 damage. This is 4 for us. Okay, we need a good Retracer and an Evalin Researcher to go to buff Retracer to level 3. I go to 6, and I guess we are playing Miner, breaking the ring, and playing Tax Collector. Miner gives us another raised resource point, so next turn we'll be at 8. And then we pass. So right now, Trainer will just trade with Miner, and then the Evalin Mentor will kill off our Tax Collector. But afterwards I will be able to play a Miner and a Haran in field. Also, there is a rune breaking this turn, meaning that I will be able to play something with 7 cost or less. which is all of our cards, but the dromedar cloak of the crown of the dromedaries. We see a Saladis come down in shadow. This will be a 2-1, and then we see an Akonhalf pillager come down in field as a 3-1. Because it's not the first card he played, the operation will trigger, meaning that we have to get a Galdarian Steel Sword for him, which he can equip to another creature he wants to. Let's see where the buff goes from Akonhalf pillager. That will be a +2/+2. Goes for the trainer. Okay. So the trainer is a 4/7 now. That's a problem. Evan and Mentor swings to the miner. They will trade. Okay, he made a mistake. Oh no, because Evan and Mentor had +1 health. It's still a mistake, I think, because now I will be able to kill off the tax collector. To kill off the trainer with tax collector, and the trainer goes face for 7. Meaning I go to 18, and I will draw a card, and I will be able to play it, and it's a Retracer. So we are killing off Ghoul as a level 2 Retracer. With a level 2 Retracer. And afterwards the Saladis comes down and smacks face for 2. And then he passes, so I draw a card. We go to 6. Oh, if I would have kept the Retracer, then I would be down with 5 health, but I could have leveled it to level 3. It's still, we are trading over the trainer. This means that we are getting +1 max resist points. We have 8 points this turn. 8. I will then choose to play double Haran in Shadow, then pass. And these are in cover, so he cannot attack them. He has the turn. He will go to 7. If we can stick the Harans on the board, then we are good. And we have a miner and an Evalin researcher to do the protecting. Let's see what his top end looks like. In the Crusader, he has Ashkir Horsemen's, and then there is a Geddon. Let's see how many cards he has in hand. There is 1 card in hand, and then there is coming another card at the start of this turn. So this is 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 2, that's 9, 11 damage. He has to find 5 damage. There is a Marian and another Marian. So that's not 5 damage, meaning we are fine for this turn. Also we will need to get a dice because of the Marians. So let's see who attacks first. He can attack for 11, yep. Saladis first. That's 2 damage. I will draw a card. Then mentor attacks. He has 2 mentors. Which mentor first? Let's see. Do you break the rune with the first mentor? Or do you just... You could also attack with Pillager, set me to 11. Okay, the double 2 attack mentor goes first. Then comes the other mentor. We go to 8. On 8, our reinforcement rune breaks. We can play this card for free. It's a priest. We get +1 resist point. And then the Pillager attacks for 5. Flame rune breaks, and he is dead 3 damage. And that's his turn. Okay, I think his hand is empty now. Yep. Then at the start of my turn I draw 1, I gain a resist point, and Marians will give +1/+1 to another random friendly creature. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. Oh, another, so 6 can't be. So this rod here, there is no 6, and this rod here. Cover goes down, and let's see my turn. Who deals the most damage here? I guess we are doing this. Priest is dealt 4 damage. Then this Marine is in cover, so this Heron will attack the Saladis. We gain 3. This Heron goes down by 2. This Heron will attack the Evan and Mentor. We gain 3. Heron goes down by 3. We are at 11. So now we have 11 points left. With that, I will play Priest in field for 7. We gain a max resist point. For 6, we have 5 points left. I will play Miner in Shadow, and I will Knight to remember Miner to field. I will play it in field and Knight to remember it to Shadow. And I will gain +2 resist points from there. And we'll just have to hope that we survive. So now the Marians will roll. This Marian first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the other Marian. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's his turn. This is the turn that will determine everything. We see a raiding party draw. That will mean that 2 Saladis is what hits his hand. And with the Saladis, he will be able to clear off one of the Herons. He cannot go for lethal, right? This is 8 damage, that's +2 damage. 8 + 2, that's only 10, so he's 1 off lethal with this draw. And he doesn't have anything else in hand. Yep. It's just the 2 Saladis. He's 1 off lethal, so we are saved. Because he's 1 off lethal, he will have to use one of the Saladis to kill off the Miner. Then Marian goes into Heron. Then he will use the last Celadis to kill off one of the Horrens, and then one Horren will be left. And he will deal 8 damage to me. Oh, actually, if he uses one of the Celadis to kill the Miner, then he has 5 plus... he has lethal. Oh no, he has lethal. He just has to find it. If he uses the first Celadis to kill off the Miner, then goes face with both Marians, that's 5 damage, with the Evalin Mentor, that's 5 damage, and with Celadis, that's the last one. So let's see. Does he see the window? Or are the Horrens just obstructing his view to victory? First Celadis goes to field. This doesn't mean anything yet. Second Celadis goes to Shadow, and he kills the Miner. So he did see the way to lethal. That's 11 damage on your board, Ross. And that means that the first game goes to Ross's favor. The Crusader deck wins. We have to win against the Battle Mage that is left with both of our decks. And here we go, the second match, Burned Shackle Assassin versus the Vordë Battle Mage. I think I am dropping back Silent Mage, but I will also drop back Shock Troop. We need early pressure. And we'll go to 1 and draw 1. And then we'll prepare to pass. We have a Ward Crafter, and we have a Bloodwood Sword and a Lightwood Mage. This is a Celadis Archer. Coming down with Ring. So he takes the initiative. And I think because he took initiative, I will have to play Wardcrafter now. Otherwise, I would have just let this go and I would have played Lightwood Mage. But now we are playing Wardcrafter and then passing. We have Lightwood Mage and Bloodwood Sword combo. And he's playing Cunning Ally this turn. Using the ring again. Okay, he does hit, so he's drawing a Firebolt. And because of that, I won't be able to play Lightwood Mage in field. So we are just trading with Celadis Archer. And then we'll be probably playing Lightwood Mage in Shadow. Let's see if he goes face with Celadis Archer yet. Or just passes. He passes. Okay, it's our turn now. We go to 3. We trade with Celadis Archer. And we play Lightwood Mage in Shadow, then pass. Turn 3. Probably the Cunning Ally will trade with Wardcrafter. The Cunning Ally will be left at 1 health. Which will be unfortunate because I cannot deal 1 damage. Swing Sword 3. Okay. So he leaves the Wardcrafter alive. This makes it so that I can play the Lightning Bolt on the Cunning Ally if I want to. Or, that's much better, there comes an Oak Warrior with the last use of the Ring Charge. And then I will be able to Lightning Bolt this Oak Warrior in field. He passes, I draw 1, I gain a resource point, I lightning bolt the Oak Warrior, and then I go face for 2 and for another 2. Then I pass. And it's in his hand again. He will be at 4, so most of his deck is already online. There is only the Ashkir Horseman and the Light Throne that cannot be played from Reinforcement Rune, while on my end it's still more cards that are above my cap at the moment. We see a Wardcrafter, Vordë the Cunning Ally. Then I would guess that the Cunning Ally will trade with my Wardcrafter. Doesn't, pokes 3. And we draw a Shock Troop. This is actually pretty good because now I will be at 5. I will be able to play a Wardcrafter in field, ward my Wardcrafter, and then trade with the opposing Wardcrafter. Yeah, he passes, so I draw 1 at the start of my turn, and it's a blend with Sword. So let's play the Wardcrafter first. Ward up this Wardcrafter, then trade. This was 2, so we have 3 left. Out of these 3, I will play Bloodwood Sword on Lightwood Mage. This will mean that my Lightwood Mage is at 6 power, and I will attack for 6. He gets to get a rune on 25 and a rune on 20. So he draws 1 and plays 1 if he has the resources for it. Only Ashkir Horseman is a card he cannot play. And the Light Throne. Ashkir Horseman costs 5. So he cannot play Ashkir Horseman. So he drew the Horseman. He thought that he can play it, but he's at 4 right now, so he can't. And this means that I will be just passing. And it goes over to him. He gets 1 resource point, goes to 5, draws 1. How many cards do you have, Russ? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in hand at the moment. One of them is a Firebolt. I hope he trades with one of the Wardcrafters with Cunning Ally, so I can trade his Cunning Ally with my Shock Troop. I say Lightwood Mage's power doubles because of the ward, once the ward is broken. But we still sell this Archer, pop the ward of Lightwood Mage, power goes to 12, but then we will see the Firebolt come down and clears of the Lightwood Mage. This cost 3, so he has 2 points left. With 2, what's the worst that could happen? Ally trades, okay. Worst would be another Solidus Archer. Because right now I can still trade my Wardcrafter into his Solidus Archer and then play Shock Troop to trade with Cunning Ally. We'll be at 6. He could also Wardcrafter his Cunning Ally. That would make me just to go into Shadow. We still might go into Shadow. Because we have seen 1 Oak Warrior in the deck. And it was... yeah, and he has 3 Oak Warriors. And there's a 3 makers, which we didn't see yet. So 5 cards left that can generate him guards. For guards, I would really like to see a lightning bolt in my hand. So I can go into shadow. If I would know I can safely clear an Oak Warrior, then I would for sure go into shadow now and then just try to race. Like last time, in a matchup similar to this, I was just a line of thinking of hitting face and then getting back the 3 damage to my flame rune and then winning through that. So this time we shouldn't be forgetting about that. There is also a knight to remember, so if we can get a retruck, that's 6 damage to face with retruck. Because retruck shackles 2 on summon, and then the knight to remember shackles retruck, dealing 2 to the opponent, and then I can shackle another one with retruck's summon, dealing another 2 to Ares. That will be 6 damage in total. Okay, it's my turn now, so I draw 1. Gain resist point, we are at 6. We drew a Lightron. And we didn't see a trade. Or we didn't see a Celadus Archer or a Wardcrafter. So now my Wardcrafter will trade with the Celadus Archer on his side. And we have to decide. If we play the Shock Troop in field or if we go to shadow. How many cards does he have in hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then we are just trading. Let's try this. I would suspect that he will be able to remove the Shock Troop, because if we look at his deck list, then there is 3 copies of Firestorm and 3 copies of Firebolt still in the deck or his hand. I think this was the last turn I was trading. Now we see the Horseman, yep. He cannot ward it up with Wardcrafters, so he plays it in shadow. And he plays a Firebolt on my Shock Troop. Horseman attacks face, which means I will be at 20 and I am able to play a card. And I am playing Green Listener. I will give him a dice so he can rally. Green Listener is a 3/3 on summon. It shackles all enemy creatures in this lane, and then on Last Gasp shackles a random enemy creature in each lane. Okay, he passes. My cover goes away. I will draw 1. It's a trial. We really just need a retruck. I will actually... Because the Ashki Horseman is shackled, I will first attack for 3. Then I will play a Lightwood Mage in field. And I will just pass. Let's see how this goes. We are close to Lightron turns. In 3 turns we are playing Lightron. We have a Knight to remember if we need to shackle another lane. And also we can use Green Listener's Last Gasp to shackle as well. We see a Percy come down in shadow. This is basically just the bait for Green Listener's Last Gasp. That's 2 points, so he has 5 points left. Okay, so we see his own Lightwood Mage in field. That's 3, so he will have 2 points left. And he passes. So we go to 8. The shackle goes away. Okay, green listener will kill the Ashkir Horseman. On Last Gasp, it will shackle his creatures. The steal was nothing. I will then play Leon in field. This cost me 6. My cards cost 1 less, so I can now play Bloodwood Sword on Lightwood Mage. And I will go face for 6. Breaking the report rune. And then I pass. So it's his turn, and his things are shackled. We need to deal 11 damage next turn, which we are pretty close to, with Leon being a double attack creature. So this is 8, this is 6, we can deal 18. And not 14, I just cannot count. So he needs to get one of them off the board. So because of green listener, my lane is pretty protected with the Last Gasp. So he needs a double firebolt to kill off the Lightwood Mage on my end. And he plays a Firestorm, which means that my ward is broken and Leon is dead 2 damage, so Leon goes to 2. And then Firebolt kills off the Lightwood Mage. So his Lightwood Mage's ward is broken. And we'll go to 12 power. Yep, Firebolt goes to my lane. Last damage from Storm goes to face or Leon. Because Firestorm deals 2 damage to each creature in lane and then deals 1 damage. And he deals the last damage from the Firestorm to face. Okay, so this is 4 points. He has 3 points left. Oh no, he has 4 points left. 3 because he played Firestorm and Lightning Bolt and Firebolt. And then he plays a Ward Stick on Lightwood Mage. This will give +1, +1, +1, and ward to Lightwood Mage. And he has 1 point left, and he passes. Let's see if we can win this turn. We go to face with Leon, and he's able to play a card now. And it's a Cunning Lie, which will mean that I am not stopped. He will just quickly check if he hits or misses, and it seems like he misses. I will attack with Leon again. Goes down to 3. Flame Rune will deal 3 damage to me, and then I play Light Throne. And by summoning the 2 Hornbeam Warriors from the Light Throne, he goes to -1. And this will mean that the game will be tied 1-1 this series. The Burn Assassin won against the mid-range Battle Mage, or I mean the Vordë Battle Mage, because it's little bit more aggro than the mid-range version will be. That's why I'm running Lightwood Mages in the deck, which he is playing with now. And this means that the last matchup will be the Vordë Dromedar Scout versus this Vordë Battle Mage. The final match on match 5, I rolled a 9, he rolled a 5, so he gets the ring, I go first. I will drop back the Priest, and I will also drop back Tax Collector, I think. In this matchup, finding Red Razors will be good because of his wards, but also over time he has ways to deal damage to me through Lightwood to Light Throne and through Lightwood Mages in Shadow if I cannot answer them, and also has 3 copy of Ashkir Horseman and of oh, I thought this has 3 copies of Lightning Bolt, but it turns out this doesn't run Lightning Bolt. So then we only have to fear the 3 copies of Ashkir Horseman. He goes to 1, breaks the ring, and we'll play Wardcrafter in field. This will be a 2-1. The ward will be applied to the Wardcrafter and then passes. I will go to 2, then I will just have to pass. And it's his turn now. Let's see what he does. It's 2 points, 3 with a ring. The worst will be a Lightwood Mage. Pokes 2, and then passes. We have 3 points, so we are playing a Scout's Report. We are keeping the Miner and just passing. Back to him. We can play Miner next turn, then Temple Guard afterwards. Also Miner and Paladin if we need that, although Temple Guard also has guard. Breaks the ring, goes to 4, and plays an Oak Warrior in field. 5, 3, 1 with an armor. Wardcrafter deals 2 damage to my face, and then he will pass. We go to 4, and we'll need to play a Miner and pass. I wanted to play Dromedar in Scout so we can ramp more, but it turns out the original version of Dromedar deck I had was in Sorcerer, and I would really need the Ice Storms and Firestorms to keep myself alive, so it would have been better to play this in Sorcerer. This is what you get when you don't test the deck before bringing it to a tournament. Plays a Percy for 2. Wardcrafter kills the Miner. Wardcrafter's ward also breaks, and then I am dealt 5 damage. By the Oak Warrior, I will be drawing 1 from Report Rune. We see a Raytraza. We'll just need to find the Evelyn Researcher to upgrade Raytrazas. We'll play Temple Guard this turn in field, then pass. Back to him. He will be at 5, 6 with ring. Wards takes the Oak Warrior. Then he'll trade with the Temple Guard. Yep. This will break the ward on the Oak Warrior. Wardcrafter will go face. Oh no, he doesn't. He just passes. We go to 8. Okay, 8. With 8, this is 4. I think I am playing a priest. So priest will be a 6/6. And will also gain a max resource point. We see another war stick. On the Oak Warrior. Oak Warrior will go face for 7. I will be able to play a card. It's an X. So I can look at the top 3 cards of my deck and I can draw one of them. So let's see the top 3. Okay, I think we are keeping Lord Delarn. And this is the order, so the Senex and the Scouts report goes so. And then we draw one on 15. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards right now. Wardcrafter deals 2 damage. Percy deals 1, we are at 11. So all our living words got a level higher. He passes, I will go to 10. I will overdraw another Senex. I will then play Lord Delarn. I will overdraw an assassin and I will get an assassin in hand. So like I'm drawing 2 assassins of the Lord Delarn. One of them goes to this card. Second one will attack that. We'll break the ward. We'll attack with priest. We are dealing 3 damage to this. Priest dies. And then we have to pass. And this will mean that he will probably be able to even skip everything. If we would have had even one more point, then we would have played Raytreza and killed the Oak Warrior. But not this case. Meaning that he will be able to finish me off if he has one more damage. That is, because this is 7, this is 2, this 9, this 10. We see a firebolt, so an Oak Warrior will be summoned to the Shadow Lane 2. It seems like he does not have the final 1 damage he needs. Not this turn, at least. He attacks for 7. We go to 4. First, we can draw one and play it. It's a Heron that goes to field. And then this Flame Rune breaks, dealing 3 damage to him. I put lethal instead of regeneration. Okay, Percy and Warcrafter attacks. I am set to 1. He used 5 points, so he has 2 resist points left. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in hand, so I just need to find... Oh, actually, we played 1 Senex, yeah. We just need to find 1 Evalon Researcher. And it's an Evalon Researcher ordered. Okay, so we have 8 plus 3, that's 11 points. With Evalon Researcher and Xenix, I will be able to heal myself with Haran so that Haran can survive the attack. So we're doing Evalon Researcher in Shadow. Now we upgrade Retreza. So Retreza is at level 3. This cost me 1. Then I will play level 2 Xenix. We look at the top 5 cards of our deck, draw one of them, rearrange the others. So like 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We draw Retreza. We put back the Evalon Researcher as the last card. We put Assassin next. Then Temple Guard. And we need Haran the most. This cost me 6. So we have 4 points left. I will play Retreza at level 4. Give all enemy creatures -2, -2, -1. Armor goes down, power goes down by 2. Also, let's put the shouts in the second pile. After that, we have 3 points left. And with the 3 points, I will play Scout's Report, draw 1, and keep Haran. And I will attack with Haran to his face. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and he will draw 1 from Rebirth Rune. Then we will pass. And we have a Retreza coming down next turn too, if we need it. We are still at 5 health, but Discornius is now at level 3. So that's... we can now... and at level 4 I will just draw back a Harem once the first turn dies. Okay, so we see a Rudden Dagger and the Bloodwood Sword. So that's +2, +4, +1, and the Breakthrough. So he will deal 4 damage to this and 5 damage to me, and he will win. And this means that the Battle Mage won against the Dromedar Bird Scout, leaving this deck at 0 wins. But this match was close, like really close, with the Retreza. But without the Retreza, there was no way I'm winning this, so it's fine. And also, I shouldn't have brought Dromedar Bird Scout. Next up, Nocturnal is playing versus Ares, where Nocturnal built the Archer and Battle Mage, and Ares is running Meth Crusader and the Ward Battle Mage, the same deck that Eye of the Restless Storm was running, that is from the deck archive over on the spreadsheets that you can find on the Discord server. Okay, so first match, Ares versus Nocturnal. Nocturnal is on the right with Aggro Archer, and Ares is on the left with Ward Battle Mage. They have already drawn their first hand, so this is what Ares has right now, and this is Nocturnal's hand. I think in this case, I like Ares better because of the Firestorm and the Lightwood Mage. The Firestorm will be crucial against this Aggro Archer, because the Archer has ways to clear enemy creatures. With Celdis Archer and with Agir you can give it lethal, but the 2 damage to everything in the lane and then the +1 damage from Firestorm will be, well, hopefully for Ares and hopefully not for Nocturnal, will be able to clear a lane and reset the board. And I think in the long run this matchup favors Ares, just based on the deck lists. We see Daring Warrior from Nocturnal on turn 1 with Ring. It goes back to Ross. They are checking what the cards do. Daring Warrior is a 2/2/0 with Pillage, +1/+1/+0. Pillage triggers if the creature attacks the opponent's face and deals damage. Turn is in Ares' hand right now, so we also see a Bloodwood Sword. With Lightwood Mage, Bloodwood Sword, and Celdis Archer, this could be an explosive turn 5 to Celdis Archer plus Bloodwood Sword is, but he decides to play the Archer now. So Daring Warrior is dealt 1 damage. Celdis Archer will be a 3/1. This makes it that they will trade into each other. I would... does Nocturnal have something with 1 damage? There is the Celdis Archer, so that will probably come down to protect the Daring Warrior, while the Daring Warrior will hit face. Yep, we see the face hit. Pillage trigger, so Daring Warrior gets +1/+1. And we see the Celdis Archer clearing Ares' Celdis Archer and setting the lane to favor Nocturnal. However, there is the Firestorm in Ares' hand, so this is only a temporary advantage Nocturnal has. And then Nocturnal passes, so the turn goes to Ares. We see a 3-maker draw, and he will probably play the Cunning Ally. Yes, we see the Cunning Ally. Does it hit? Does it not? I don't know yet. We'll quickly see. Let's see if it hits. It's a Wardcrafter, so it does hit. Then I will have them get the Firebolt. And we go back to the screen. So this was turn 3. Ares has used all of his resources, which means the turn will be back to Nocturnal. I don't know if Nocturnal will decide to trade with Celdis Archer. It will be the right choice, or if he goes full on face. The right choice, because of the Firestorm, is clearing Cunning Ally. Otherwise, Ares will be able to play Firestorm next turn, clear the Daring Warrior and the Celdis Archer. Although the Daring Warrior will have 3 health with +1 damage at the end of Firestorm, he will be able to clear Daring Warrior too. Nocturnal will have 3 resources. Yeah, but with Ring it's 4, so he could play Agir. Or he can just Shadow Shift the Daring Warrior out of field and hope to draw something of value. We see the Celadis Archer attacking the Cunning Ally, so they both trade. And then Daring Warrior goes face. It deals 3 damage, so the report room breaks on Eros' side, meaning he will be able to draw a card. Pillage triggers when the rune is broken, so Daring Warrior will gain +1/+1. And let's see what Eros draws. And it's Vordë Crafter. Oh, we have already seen this when the Cunning Ally hit. Okay. So the Daring Warrior is at 4-3 now. Because the Celadis Archer traded with Cunning Ally, I wouldn't think that we'll see the Firestorm. It's an Agir on Nocturnal side using the ring. So this will be at 4. We could see the Tree Maker come down. There is no way Nocturnal can kill the Tree Maker without removing the ward first, so the Oak Warrior will be summoned in all cases. And we see a raw Oak Warrior drone as well. I do think it's still a Tree Maker, and the next turn you can Firestorm if you want to, breaking the Tree Maker sword. And the killing Agir. Maybe Eros has 4 points this turn, so he can either play Tree Maker or the Lightning, the Lightwood Mage, or we could see the Firestorm still, but I would be surprised if that comes to happen. Especially because now Nocturnal will be breaking a Reinforcement rune, and if we look at Ross's Battle Mage, most of his cards can already be played for free through the draw on Reinforcement rune. So the only cards that can't be played is a 3 copy of Ashkir Horseman and the 2 copies of Light Rune. Everything else is playable on turn 4 with Reinforcement rune. We see the Oak Warrior come down. It will be a 5-3-1 with guard. And then it will be Nocturnal's turn. So we will see him ramp to 4, and with ring he will be able to have 5 points now. He drew an Ekelhaf Shaman. I would assume the Agir will kill off the Oak Warrior because he has Ekelhaf Shaman in hand. Otherwise trading with Daring Warrior will be better, because Agir just deals more damage. Also, because of this play, Nocturnal won't be breaking Eros' rune this turn, because Daring Warrior is at 4 power right now. So the Eros' health will go to 21, and next turn he will be able to play anything out of the Reinforcement rune but the 2 copies of Light Rune. So let's just quickly check. Yeah, the Ekelhaf Shaman gave lethal to that, and he plays a Shadow Shift, so Daring Warrior goes over to Shadow Lane and gains cover. Then he plays the Marian. This was 3 points, so he will have 1 point left to with ring. And also he drew an Ekelhaf from the Shadow Shift. With 2 points, even with ring, he wouldn't be able to play anything else, so this will be just a pass. And then Marian will buff the Daring Warrior to be a 6-5. And this is when Ross will take over the turn, and he draws a Firebolt. So he actually can Tree Maker plus Firebolt this turn to protect himself from the Daring Warrior, although this will be punished by the Ekelhaf Shaman coming down next turn with lethal. I don't know if Ross knows that Nocturnal was trading with a gear so he can give lethal to the Ekelheim Shaman. Instead of the 3-maker, we see a Lightwood Mage come down in field. That will be 3 points, so he will have 2 points left. Out of 2 points, what did you do there? You have Firebolts, and oh, you have a Wardcrafter. You might be playing Wardcrafter then in Shadow Lane for something against Daring Warrior to do, and then you can play the Bloodwood Sword that's in your hand since the start of the game on the Wardcrafter. Although it would have been better to play the Lightwood Mage in Shadow then, if you're planning to do that. This costs 3, so he has 2 points left. We see a Firebolt on Marion with 1 point, and he uses... Does he use the other Firebolt just to pop the ward? No, he doesn't. Yeah, that would have been weird. And now it's Nocturnal Storm. Then playing the Lightwood Mage in field wasn't... I think this is an interesting choice to play it here and not try to contest the Daring Warrior, especially because you have Bloodwood Sword. So you could have a 12-2 Lightwood Mage next turn. Let's see what Nocturnal Drew eats a Daring Warrior. Another one. Nocturnal is at 5 points now, with Ring at 6. Anything but Light Thrones can be played on Ross's side. But you have to break the runes at some point, and so he does decide to go for the face. First the rune breaks on the 20, and then the rune breaks on the 15, because this deals 6 damage. So what did you get from 20? It's Firebolt, another one. He does play the Firebolt for free from the Reinforcement rune, pops the Lightwood Mage's ward, and doubles the power of Lightwood Mage, so this will be a 4-2 now. Then the rune on 15 breaks. So this one in the Ripper rune. Meaning Rust can draw another one. And then we see an equal health played in field to clear off the Lightwood Mage. And then out of the remaining 2 points, Nocturnal plays the Daring Warrior in field. Okay, and it's Ross's turn now. So let's see his hand. The Night Throne and the Firebolt and the Firestorm. Problem is this 7-6 in Shadow. Do you have a way to deal with this? Because you can play a Firebolt to clear the Daring Shadow in the Daring Warrior in field lane. But you will need to play a Lightwood Mage in Shadow. And do you have 6? Do you have 7 points? You only have 6 this turn, yeah. Okay, so it's a 3-maker and the Firebolt on the 3-maker, I would guess. So he summons an Oak Warrior in Shadow. Nocturnal still has the Lethal Ekelheim Shaman in hand. And that will clear the opposition in Shadow Lane. Meaning he will be able to attack for 9 next turn. Okay, so it's Nocturnal's turn. He will deal 2 damage with Daring Warrior. This gains +1/+1. And then we see the Ekelheim Shaman come down. And this will deal 1 damage to Oak Warrior and 3-maker. But this 1 damage will be lethal because of Agir. So the Shadow Lanes, Oak Warrior and Tree Maker will be cleared, meaning that Nocturnal will be able to attack with Daring Warrior if he wants to. We see the attack go face. This is 7 damage, which will set Ross to 6. Reinforcement rune breaks. Let's see, what did you get? It's Tribe Shaman. And now comes the buff on the Daring Warrior, because we have seen the prophecy play out on the reinforcement rune. And it's still Nocturnal's turn. He has 1 point to beat Ring, but he passes. He didn't have anything to play. He could have played Celadis Archer if he wanted to, but it would have been just a stick without much, and he only needs to deal 6 damage. So Eros drew a Tree Maker, but he has only 7 points, so he cannot play Tree Maker and the Firestorm to clear off Echohealth Shaman and break Tree Maker's ward. Meaning he will have to play the Bloodwood Sword on the Tribe Shaman, and then play, yes, we see that, and then play the Firestorm in Shadow. So the Bloodwood Sword plus the Tribe Shaman will deal 6 damage to Daring Warrior in Shadow, and then he will be able to play a Firestorm and clear off Shadow entirely, because this Daring Warrior was left on 1 health, and this Echohealth Shaman has 3 health, so the 2 damage on everything, and then the final 1 damage will clear off the Echohealth Shaman as well. And that will be Ross's turn. He has no points left, so it's back to Nocturnal, who is on the grasp of winning this match, and he draws a Panther. But with Shock Trooper in his hand, he has secured the win. We see the Flame Rune break, Nocturnal is dealt 3 damage, and then comes down the Shock Troop, dealing the final 4 damage to Eros' face, setting him to -1. And that's this match. It has gone to the Archer's side this time. And here comes game 2. Nocturnal is playing with Battle Mage now, that's his remaining deck, and Eros decided to go over to play the Crusader he has. So this is the deck here. It's an aggressive Crusader that will try to win with a Blessing of Erashar in turn 5 and 6, and also has a Warcry if the board gets wide. Nocturnal's version of the Battle Mage is slower than Eros' Math Crusader, so we'll see how this match plays out. Nocturnal's hand looks like this right now. It's actually an unfortunate hand because he doesn't want to buff Percy, and the Avalan Mentors can only buff another creature, not themselves. And Eros is deciding on the mulligan. We see an Avalan Mentor, Blessing, and the Raiding Party. And we see a Celadis, meaning that Nocturnal passed turn 1, and then Eros displayed the Celadis. He could have decided to break the ring and play Avalan Mentor 2. Yeah. Okay, so Nocturnal lets this go, meaning that the Celadis will be a 3-3, while the Eval Inventory is a 1-2. And 3 damage goes to Nocturnal's face, setting him to 27. And this Nocturnal's turn, he has 2 points and he draws. It's the Percy play, and then you have to hope you get something of value while drawing the sacrifice card draw on Percy's Last Gasp. This will be Nocturnal's turn, he doesn't have anything to play with 0. So now the game goes back to Ares. Let's see Ares' hand. He drew a Battle Axe and has a Blessing of Ereshkigal. This is turn 2, so with the ring, using the ring again, he will be able to play Celadis, 2 Celadises from Raiding Party, yep. So if you are playing the Celadises from Raiding Party this turn, then you have to play it in Shadow, because you don't want to give Percy a good trade. Right now, Percy has no way to clear another creature in field, unless Nocturnal decides to use the Eval Elementor buff on Percy, just so he can clear the Celadis, and then Percy dies. Ross is deciding if he wants to play the Celadis this turn. He will attack with Celadis first. Goes to face, meaning Nocturnal will be able to draw a card. It's a Shoah. And then Eval Elementor will push 1 damage onto Nocturnal, setting him to 23. And now comes the question, do you play the Celadis? There is a blessing coming down on turn 5, but it's 1 turn away yet with ring if you don't play the Battle Axe with ring next turn. Like, this is only turn 2. So if I have seen it right, Ares did decide to pass, meaning the turn goes back to Nocturnal on 3 points. He drew a Celadis Archer, but plays the Eval Elementor on Percy. This will give +2/+2 to Percy, so Percy will be able to trade with the Celadis in field. At the end of the turn, Percy will die, however, because Percy is wounded, and Percy's Last Gasp says that he will draw 2 cards, and at the end of your turn, if Percy is wounded, sacrifice him, so he will die and draw 2 cards for Nocturnal. This is only 2 points though, so he has 1 point left, but I don't think he has anything to play with one. Yep, so this will be a pass on Nocturnal's side afterwards the Percy attack. He sacrifices Percy and draws 2 cards. It's a 3-maker and a Retrock. The game is slowly coming around for Nocturnal. If he will be able to play the 3-maker and pop the Vordë with Celadis Archer the turn after, or just attack, or you can play Retrock 2 and that could swing the tempo in your favor. We see another Eval Elementor from Russ, but he could decide to just use Battle Axe and the ring. We see a Celadis in Shadow, and we see the Eval Elementor that will give another friendly creature, so it doesn't have to be in the same lane. If he wants to trade in, okay, he attacks with 2. He attacks 2. So both of these attack. Oh, he was on 23. Okay, so the Celadis got the buff from Eval Elementor and attacked face for 3. There is a Wardcrafter being played from the Reinforcement Rune on 20. And then the Eval Elementor will attack Nocturnal for the final 1 damage. This sets Nocturnal to 19. We see the Celadus in hand, but this will probably stay for a Battle Axe play or for Blessing next turn. On field, because of Shadow, Wardcrafter isn't able to trade favorably. He will just bump into the Celadus, and that's it. And the Evaluator cannot kill the other Evaluator too. But with Nocturnal's hand, he has Celadus Archer if he wants to use it. But then, oh, he drew a Firebolt. Okay, with Firebolt and Celadus Archer, this could be a play now. He has 4 points. He will need to decide if he wants to... Oh, we see an Evaluator, that's 2 points yet. This will buff the second Evaluator, or I mean the first Evaluator in Nocturnal side, meaning he will be able to trade with the Evaluator on Ares' side favorably, leaving this Evaluator as a 3-3 at the end of this trade. The Wardcrafter loses cover because it's Nocturnal start, and will deal 2 damage to the Celadus, breaks the ward, and that means that Nocturnal is playing the Celadus Archer to kill off the Celadus with the final 1 damage you need after the Wardcrafter trade. The Celadus Archer will be in cover, and then you have 0 points left. You have attacked with all your creatures, so it's a pass, and the turn goes back to Ares. Let's see what he draws. It's another raiding party. With Blessing, this is getting somewhere. You have 4 points. So I would guess this turn is just Blessing with Ring. You could also, if you want to, you can kill off the Wardcrafter with your Celadus, but at this point it's better to just push damage and hope you get enough buffs and Celadus to go over. Okay, this goes here. And this means that the Evaluator will be a 2-2, a 2-3, should that be, I think. Yeah, 2-3. Goes for 2 damage. And then we see the Celadus come down in field. In field, this Evaluator is at 3 health. These are at 1 health. So I think this should come down in Shadow if you play the Celadus this turn. Okay, I would guess this was the Celadus coming down and trading with Evaluator and surviving the trade. Yes, okay, yeah. So then Nocturnal will be able to trade with the other Evaluator. I liked going face better in this case, but also sometimes I'm wrong. It's just that you have still 17 damage to deal to Nocturnal, and Nocturnal's hand is looking pretty strong. We see another sure, but it's probably, if it is turn 5, and it is turn 5, then it's probably going to be a retruck. Evaluator will trade with Celadus, most likely. If he trades in Shadow, then this isn't a retruck. So the Evaluator trades with Celadus, leaving the Evaluator at 1 health. And then Celadus Archer pushes damage to face. And we see a Tree Maker. And the Firebolt on the Tree Maker. So this will mean that Nocturnal is summoning an Oak Warrior in field lane. He still hasn't attacked with Wardcrafter, and this Evaluator in Shadow has 3 health because of Blessing of Ereshkigal. We see the Oak Warrior, it's a 5-3-1. Let's see what Ross has. There is the Battle Axe and there is the Raiding Party. So if he wants to clear the Oak Warrior, he can Raiding Party and then next turn Battle Axe. But that just leaves Nocturnal still ahead on board. So I think you have to go face with everything you have. And just hope that you can bail out with the Flame Rune and the Reinforcement Runes on 20 and 10. What did he drew? It's Tribe Shaman. So with Raiding Party and Tribe Shaman, he has 5 points this turn. Yep. So it could be Tribe Shaman, Raiding Party, and go face. Also, you could trade with Wardcrafter in Shadow Lane. We see the Raiding Party. That's gonna mean Eros is drawing 2 Celades. With Tribe Shaman, the Celades deal 4 damage. So if you want to, you could also... Actually, I think they might be clearing the Oak Warrior and then killing the Tree Maker with Celades. And the Celades survives. If you fear that Nocturnal is rewarding his Tree Maker. But if you look at Nocturnal's deck, he has 1 copy of Lesser Ward and the 3 copies of Wardcrafter. But we already saw 1 Wardcrafter in this game. So it's 3 type of cards or 3 copy of cards he has as a way to reward the Wardcrafter. I mean the Tree Maker. We see Tribe Shaman and Celades. Evan Mentor will go to 4, Celades will be 4, and then he pushes damage. So first, Nocturnal goes down to 13, breaks the Report Rune, Nocturnal draws a card, and it's a Celades Archer. And then comes the next 4 damage from Celades, meaning Nocturnal will have the Reinforcement Rune broken. He plays a Cunning Ally for free, because he has 5 resist points at 5 max resist points at this point, so he can play for 3. Does he hit or does he miss? I didn't catch it, so we'll just have to see if he goes to draw a Firebolt. He did, so he didn't miss. Cunning Ally hits, will be in cover, as well as the Tribe Shaman is in cover. Celades lost cover because it attacked. 9 damage. Nocturnal has to be that to lose. And this Nocturnal's turn. So we go, and this is a Wardcrafter. 3 copies of cards that give Ward to Tree Maker. And he did manage to draw 1 of them. So Wardcrafter goes over to attack the Celades, meaning the Celades will be going to discard pile. Then the Celades Archer kills the Evan Mentor. Okay, so we do see the Wardcrafter coming down in shadow. This will reward the Tree Maker, and then he will be playing, either sacrificing something in field to play the Celades Archer, or he will just play a Firebolt, which we see being played. So there is an Oak Warrior coming down in shadow. And then he goes face, breaking Eros's Report Rune, which means Eros draws a card. So let's see what he drew. It's... Is the Celades still in hand? No, yeah. Okay, so it's Zendalace. He can save a creature with 4 or less power. Unfortunately, that doesn't help you against the Oak Warriors. Tree Maker goes face, setting Eros to 21. And then Cunning Ally goes face, breaking Eros's Reinforcement Rune. So Eros will be playing a card for free. And it's a Battle Morale. Nocturnal is counting his damage. Can he win next turn? It's 5 from Oak Warrior. Then he has 3 from the Evan Mentor here. 1, so this is 5 plus 3, 8, 9, 11, 16. He has 19 damage, so that should be enough to kill Eros next turn. But also, because of the Tribe Shaman in Shadow, Ross will be able to clear Oak Warrior here. So, we'll see. He passes, meaning the turn goes to Eros, and he drew Saladis. Okay, so I think you have a Battle Axe here, and you have a Tribe Shaman on board. The first Saladis can kill off Oak Warrior. Then Tribe Shaman attacks for 3 now. I mean, no, for 4. Because of battle morale. That will set Nocturnal to 5. And then the second Saladis will come down with the Battle Axe. Meaning that Eros has a way to win this turn. Does he find it? He should be finding it, but we'll see. He needs 4 damage to kill off the Oak Warrior, which he has with the first Saladis. Yes. I think this Saladis or something with charge was the only way he could have won this. And then we see the second Saladis come down. Yes. The second Saladis comes down. It will be a 5-3, a 5-2 because of battle morale giving +1. And then he equips the Battle Axe, so he escapes the ruin. It doesn't matter that much. It will be a 9 damage creature. And that means that Eros won the second match just by an inch. And the final matchup will have to be Battle Mage versus Battle Mage. That's left after this Battle Mage Crusader match, which Eros managed to win with Math Crusader. So we will see a Battle Mage mirror. That's interesting. Because the two Battle Mage decks are different from one another. I think Eros's Battle Mage is faster. Nocturnal's Battle Mage has more reach. So the Tree Makers and the Wards will be important to trade on board. And also the guards from Oak Warrior. These are the game-changing cards we are looking for this game. Here is the match. We are seeing who goes first. It seems like Eros has the ring. Which actually might benefit him since he is the faster deck. Let's go over to Milligan. In this matchup, I wouldn't think you're keeping the Light Throne, and I think even Fanatic Echohalf goes back. Yep. Sure is fine, it's a 4-cost. Nocturnal's deck it caps out higher, so you can keep Share, and you drew a Lightning Bolt and the Percy. However, Eros didn't draw yet, so we'll see what he gets to Milligan. What does he need more in this matchup? I think it's a Tribe Shaman and raiding parties you wanna get. Also, let's just quickly look at the deck list. Rodent Dagger is good against another Battle Mage deck. So you could try to find it too. Oak Warrior, I think you can keep Oak Warrior here because you wanna get guards against this deck. Bluntwood Sword I'm not sure about without Lightwood Mage because the card is here, so Lightwood Mage can get to 12 power with a Bloodwood Sword Firebolt combo. And so this is Nocturnal's deck, the mid-range Battle Mage we've already seen before, with Retrock and Light Throne on the top end, and has 2 copies of Fanatic Echohalf. So this will be Nocturnal's starting hand. The Percy. Actually, let me check if Ross is running Percy in this battle mage. He is, so the chances to get a card that draws cards are the same for both players. Ross is still deciding what to keep in the mulligan, and it looks like he came down to the same conclusion as me, puts back the Bloodwood Sword and regenerates it. So let's see the starting hand. It will be an Oak Warrior, a Wardcrafter, and he drew for turn 1 as well, so it's a Firestorm and turn 1 3 maker. And Nocturnal's turn 1 is another Show. So it will be a pass on Nocturnal's side, and then goes over to Eras, who already drew. Turn 1 he will probably just pass, unless he wants to play the Wardcrafter, but I wouldn't play the Wardcrafter, even without knowing that there is a Lightwood Mage coming. It's back to Nocturnal. He drew a Tribe Shaman. So with Percy and then Tribe Shaman, he can set up a good trade. But he just passes, goes back to Eras. Now we see the Lightwood Mage drawn. I think at this point you are breaking the ring, yes, and then playing Lightwood Mage in field. She will be a 2/2 with Ward, and when the Ward breaks, then Lightwood Mage's power gets doubled. So now it would have been good to keep the Bloodwood Sword, but you didn't know if you're gonna draw a Lightwood Mage or not. Turn goes to Nocturnal. After that, he drew a Seldis Ram, and it's turn 3. He was going first, so he can play the Seldis Ram if he wants to. Although it's risky because of the Lightwood Mage, and also the Lightwood Mage has Ward. So like if Eras can manage to buff it even by 1, then there will be a trade going unfavorably for Nocturnal. You still have to try to contest field, so he will play the Seldis Ram and then hope that Eras doesn't have a way to buff Lightwood Mage. Seldis Ram has breakthrough, and then that was all of Nocturnal's resource points. So the turn should go to Eras afterwards. There is no 0 cost card Nocturnal has at the moment, so it's back to Eras. Let's see what the draw will be. It's another Wardcrafter. Okay. So what you could do is trade with Seldis Ram and then Wardcrafter back to Lightwood Mage, doubling her power. Question is if Nocturnal has a way to kill off Lightwood Mage afterwards, and with Lightning Bolt he could. Breaking the ward with Seldis Ram, or breaking the ward with Lightning Bolt and then playing Seldis Ram, attacking with Seldis Ram over the Lightwood Mage's 2 health. We will see the trade go. Lightwood Mage's power gets doubled, and Seldis Ram will be set to 1 health. Afterwards, Eras plays Wardcrafter in field, warding back the Lightwood Mage. This was 2 resource points, so he has 1 left. He could break the ring to play the second Wardcrafter to ward up his Wardcrafter in field if he wants to. But with the Lightwood Mage still on field, keeping the Wardcrafter is just a better play for now. Of course, it wouldn't have been the better play if you know that there is a Lightning Bolt coming. But is there? If you fear the Lightwood Mage, you play Lightning Bolt now. But if you don't fear the Lightwood Mage that much, you can also just play the Percys. Attacks with Seldis Ram, breaks Lightwood Mage's ward, and doubles her power. So this will be, oh wow, okay, so breaks the ward and still decides to play 2 Percys. This means that Lightwood Mage will be on 8-2. But the Perseus will be able to trade with her next turn. Unless, of course, and we know it, Eros has another Wardcrafter in hand. And also drew the second Lightwood Mage. But actually what I would like to see here is the Oak Warrior played in field. Because that protects you from the Perseus. We see the Oak Warrior in field. It's the 5-3-1 with guard. This will protect Lightwood Mage from the Perseus, but not from the Lightning Bolt coming down, so I would guess Oak Warrior will be dealt with Lightning Bolt and then Perseus will clear Lightwood Mage. Question is if Eros decides to attack this turn. He's the faster deck, so he could attack here. He can also attack for 10 if he wants to with Warcrafter, breaking Nocturnal's reinforcement rune. For Nocturnal, it was 4 resource points, but so he would have had cards that he can't play on reinforcement. But instead, Eros just decides to pass, and the turn goes to Nocturnal, meaning this is the Lightning Bolt turn, I would guess. So we see the Lightning Bolt on Oak Warrior, and then I would... the two Perseus will trade over the Lightwood Mage just as we suspected. And that will make Nocturnal also draw 4 cards. And actually that's game changing in this matchup. The fact that Nocturnal will have +4 cards over Eros this early in the game. We see the first trade, and there will come the second trade too, so he's drawing once a Celidus Archer in the Wardcrafter from the first Percy, and then the second trade happens, and he'll draw another 2 cards, a Percy and the Cunning Eye. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in hand. Hand is capped at 9. Turn goes to Eros. We see a Firebolt. So this will probably be a 3-maker and a Firebolt, I would guess. It's turn 5 now. He just didn't buff the resource points. So it's... okay, first attacks with Wardcrafter, then plays the 3-maker, and then we'll play the Firebolt to kill... to deal damage to the 3-maker and play another Oak Warrior in field. So here's the 5-3-1 Oak Warrior. He dealt 2 damage already, so the turn will be just passed over to Nocturnal, who will draw the last card he has space in hand for, Fanatic Ekelhalf. Nocturnal has 6 points this turn. Eros' field is looking scary, but Nocturnal can sell this Archer, the 3-maker, and can also play the Cunning Eye and hope to hit to clear Wardcrafter. And then only the Oak Warrior is left. He could also sell this Archer, the Oak Warrior, and then Firebolt the Oak Warrior. This will remove the most damage, but then Eros has a chance to reward the 3-maker. So he decides to instead go for his own 3-maker, and then we'll be playing Sell this Archer to pop off 3-maker's ward, and that will make him summon an Oak Warrior too. We see the 3-maker come down, there is the ward, then he will play the Sell this Archer. Yes, we see the Sell this Archer. Oh wow, okay. Kills off the 3-maker instead. So he does fear that Eros has ways to reward the 3-maker he had. With this play, Nocturnal spends his whole turn, so it's back to Ares. Let's see his draw. It's a Cunning Ally. So this archer can be dealt with a firebolt, or just trading with Wardcrafter. Also, he cannot attack with Oak Warrior over to sell this archer, because when attacking, armor doesn't reduce damage that as retaliation damage, so it will only matter if the Seldis archer is attacking the Oak Warrior. So right now, the Oak Warrior protects Ares, because it will reduce damage by 1 here and by 1 here, so he can only deal 2 damage with Seldis archer. But if he attacks the Seldis archer with Oak Warrior, then the Oak Warrior will die to attacking. Okay, we see a Cunning Ally, and then we'll have to see if it hits or misses. Do you get a Lightning Bolt? It's another Cunning Ally on the top of the deck. So Ares will be getting a Firebolt in hand. That actually makes another play possible. If he wants to, he can attack the Tree Maker, kill off the Oak Warrior with double Firebolts, and he can also kill the Tree Maker with the other creature he has. But that way you're using cards while Nocturnal has more cards than you, and you use so much of your resources just to deal with the Tree Maker. So at this point I would guess he's going face. He also has a Firestorm, which he could use. Actually, with Firestorm, he could, using Ring, he could attack the Tree Maker with Wardcrafter, then play Firestorm in field, and then the final 1 damage goes to the Oak Warrior on Nocturnal side, that would be summoned after Wardcrafter attacked the Tree Maker, and then your Oak Warrior survives at 1 health. That's another way to do this. And then you can deal 5 damage, still with Oak Warrior to Nocturnal's face. Like Nocturnal's hand, if he wants to be defensive, he has Cunning Ally. And other than that, his hand is offensive. We still can trade. Okay, so we see a Lightwood Mage come down in shadow. That's the remaining 3 points. This means that Nocturnal will be playing Tribe Shaman in field, I think. So he can kill off Oak Warrior with Seldis Archer. Nocturnal drew a raiding party. I still think this is just the Tribe Shaman. And then you can also play a Cunning Ally in Shadow if you want to. Yep, we see the Tribe Shaman come down in field. This will mean that the Seldis Archer can kill off the Oak Warrior, because Seldis Archer will get +2 power, setting it to 5. Oak Warrior has 3 health and 1 armor, so Ashkir Archer will be able to kill off Oak Warrior. Yep, and then Tree Maker will attack Wardcrafter. I would guess. Then Wardcrafter is cleared, and then Oak Warrior will be summoned in Nocturnal's end. He still can... Okay, he plays the Cunning Ally in field. In that case, the Oak Warrior will go to Tree Maker, to the Shadow Lane. Okay, plays Purse instead. So he will have 2 points left at the end. Does he have something with 2? Yeah, he will be playing Wardcrafter in. So he will be able to reward the Tree Maker he has in field. Okay, Treemaker goes and attacks the Wardcrafter. We see a Wardcrafter come down in shadow. And then he will play Wardcrafter and reward the Treemaker. He might also sacrifice Percy if he wants to draw. Oh, he's at 7 now. Okay, then he can play the Cunning Ally too. I didn't see if he hit or miss. And then it's a Ross's turn now. Let's see what he draws. Cunning Ally. We'll see if this hits or misses. So in here, you have to deal 4 damage to the Oak Warrior, meaning you have to break Lightfoot Mage's ward. But also you are on the way to lose because of the draws from Percy. It changes the matchup because you cannot outvalue your opponent that way, unless you're trading 2 for 1 every time. But that doesn't happen in this case, because both you and your opponent is running wards, and you are just resummoning Oak Warriors from Treemaker all the time. Does he have a way to break Lightwood Mage's ward? You could Firestorm, and then you could Wardcrafter and Firebolt if you want to. That would mean that Lightwood Mage goes to 8. You can also just Firestorm and then Firebolt the other creature in Shadow. That way you will have control over Shadow. You're at 7 points this turn. But instead we see a Cunning Ally. Let's see if this hits or misses. It's a Tribe Shaman, so a miss. Unfortunate. This is 3 points. You still have 4 left. You could also, if you would have played the Cunning Ally in Shadow, you could have played Firestorm in field to clear the Treemaker and the Tribe Shaman. Then deal 1 damage to Oak Warrior in Shadow. Then the Cunning Ally in Shadow Lane would be able to attack Oak Warrior, and your Lightwood Mage would still have the ward, would deal 2 damage to Nocturnal, denying Nocturnal a card draw on this turn. Because you wouldn't break ward, they break the report rune. And then you would have cleared field because Percy dies at the end of Nocturnal's turn, and your Lightning Mage will be protected with ward still. It could still be the play, or you can also just decide to shoot a Firebolt at the Tribe Shaman or at Oak Warrior, depending on if you want to get damage off the board or if you want to protect your creatures. We'll see. Okay, we do see the Firestorm come down in field. So playing the Cunning Ally in field was a mistake. Unless he wanted to have something in field. But Percy will be able to kill off the Cunning Ally now. So it will be still nothing left in field. And Percy would have died anyway. The final damage has gone over to the Oak Warrior here. That will mean that the Cunning Ally will trade with Oak Warrior, and then the Lightwood Mage will probably deal 2 damage to Nocturnal, I would guess. This is a long turn. And you don't have much else in hand. Like, the advantage doesn't show on board yet, but it shows in the hands. This is what 2 Percy does to you. And also Nocturnal will have the final Percy popping off at the end of next turn. Or, I mean, not even the end, because you will kill off Cunning Ally. Okay, so turn gun to Nocturnal. He drew, then Percy will kill off the Cunning Ally in field. Nocturnal draws 2. It's a Cunning Ally and a Valiant Armor. He has 9 cards in hand, so he reached the hand cap. Now the Cunning Ally will lose this color 2. So you can trade. You could attack the Lightwood Mage to just break the ward, and we see that happening. What happened is Nocturnal played Wardcrafter to ward the Oak Warrior. Then he traded with Cunning Ally in Shadow. He attacked with Cunning Ally the Lightwood Mage in Ares' Shadow. Broke the ward. Cunning Ally survives at 1. Lightwood Mage gone to 4-2. Then Nocturnal played a Firebolt, killing off the Lightwood Mage. And then he played Shoah in field. And this means that he used 2 plus 4, that's 6, that's 7 points. He has 1 point left. Can he play anything? He cannot. Then the turn will go to Ares now, who has a Firebolt and the Wardcrafter in hand, and who drew Tribe Shaman. What can you do here? Like, you need another copy of Firestorm, because right now the board doesn't go in your favor. Also, Nocturnal knows that you have a Shoah, that you have a Tribe Shaman, because Nocturnal has a Shoah, and I didn't get which card of these two did Nocturnal also see on Shoah's summon, because Shoah, when summoned, rerolls one of your opponent's cards, and when your opponent draws a card, you reveal it. Okay, so Ares just passed back the turn to Nocturnal, meaning Nocturnal will draw 1, get the Raiding Party, play the Raiding Party, draw 2 Celdays. Ares wants Nocturnal to break his runes, and then he can try to do something about the state of this game. He needs cards right now. Problem is, Nocturnal's hand is still full because of the triple Percy he drew. We see an Avalan Mentor come down. This will give +2/+2 to something in Nocturnal's field. Does it have to be in the same lane? No, so anything could get the +2/+2. It will be probably, yeah, the Oak Warrior, meaning the Oak Warrior is 7/3 now with 1 armor. And then do you attack? Like, Ares passed because he needs cards. But you can also just set him to 21 and then try to win next turn. You have 1 +5, that's 6, +2, that's 8, 15, you have 18 damage. So next turn, with the hand you have, with Tribe Shaman and the double Celdays and Fanatic Eagle Half, you can win next turn. If you set Ares to 21 now, can you set it exactly at 21? It's 7, it's 2, yeah, you can deal 9 damage. So the Oak Warrior will attack Ares. Ares' Report Rune will break, and he will be drawing a card. It's a lesser ward, so that doesn't help you much. But there is a Firebolt, so that's still 1 damage dealer off next turn. And then Shoah attacks. Okay, then Nocturnal is starting to break Ares' stuff. Meaning Ares will be able to play this card, unless it's a Lightron, and it's not. It's a Cunning Ally, so he plays it in Shadow, and then let's see if he does hit, so he will draw another Firebolt. Wardcrafter also hits Ares. Ares goes down to 16. Then a Wardcrafter is played on Nocturnal's end. The ward will go to Oak Warrior probably, yep. We see the ward on Oak Warrior. And he passes, so the turn is back to Ares. He will draw one, it's the lesser board with so he has 2 fireballs to deal with this board. He probably has to attack the Oak Warrior with Cunning Ally and then use both fireballs just to clear off the Oak Warrior. Oak Warrior is at 3 health, so the fireballs will be... Okay, he just shows the hands to let Nocturnal know what he has, because show is on board and all the cards were drawn afterwards. Oh, because when the Firebolt Warcrafter thing happened, when Nocturnal played Showa, then the Warcrafter would have been rebuilt because Firebolt was already on. And it seems like Eros just considered that the draw, the 2 lesser wards this late on, was enough to make the thing, and Nocturnal wins 2-1 this matchup. It did go as expected, on the side that the grindier Battle Mage won the matchup, meaning Nocturnal's Battle Mage. Eros could have attacked for 10 on turn 4, so we don't know how that would have gone. But after not attacking there, and with the triple purses Nocturnal had, this meant that Nocturnal was able to just outvalue Ross's Battle Mage and win in the late game by Ross conceding. So this is the current bracket after match 5. And at the start of this stream I mentioned that the Ares Eye of the Restless Storm match hasn't been played yet. And I hope that by the time when we are streaming this, it will be finished. But it turned out that because of scheduling we didn't manage to schedule the match in time. And also the match wouldn't change much. Because if we look at the standings right now, this is what we have here. Eye of the Restless Storm is 4-0 at the moment, and Ares is at 3-3. To the current rules, if Ares would have won 2-0, then Ares could have been first. But if we would have went with the usual summer tournament rules, with winning through win rate, then even with 5-3, if Ares wins 2-0, he couldn't have beaten Eye of the Restless Storm, who would have been 4-2, and he would have still beaten Ares by 6 percentage points. And because of that, we will finish the tournament here, as if the final match wouldn't have happened. Of course, if Ares wins one more, then he could be second, beating Nocturnal, but the prizes below the first place are equal, so it doesn't matter. And with that, we have our winner, Eye of the Restless Storm, and he will get to create 2 custom cards that will be available in the game once all the custom cards are created, and they will be available until the first expansion. So if you want to see what they've created and you want to test these cards, then you're more than welcome to play Heroes of Vordë with us. We have a Discord server, just write !HOV, Heroes of Vordë, and then you will be able to get a link to the Discord server, and please join us and play with us. And until the next time, when the next tournament comes around, and it will be after the first expansion, servus and farewell.